Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 167th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have a much-awaited review from Soul Collective Guild called the Bracklash. Pay no attention to the text on screen. It is Bracklash with an R. You don't see anything else. And it's going to be interesting because this is going to be a dragon-type creature. I have no idea what to expect from a dragon-type creature, but we're gonna find out. And oh wait, that might be something wrong. So let's move forward real quick because there may be something wrong here.
It is not a dragon type creature. It is a beast type creature. Again, I fixed all of these things on here.
Creature.
I fixed all of these things on here, and for whatever reason, it did not save when I uploaded it to the drive. So my apologies, Soul. I will be making these corrections as soon as I have my computer again. As some of you might be able to see, I am computerless. I feel very naked and abandoned. I accidentally left it at work today, so yes, I'm having to do without using my.
It's one of those kinds of weeks, chat. Just bear with us. Already of weeks where hey, you know what? Crit happens, okay? I guess this was a good day to wear this shirt.
Crit happens. Big facts.
Let it go. We'll keep on moving on. What's going on, Baba Kiss? Nice to see you.
What's going on?
We're also trying a new we're gonna be trying some new camera angles here, by the way. I don't know if you noticed Kage's camera a little bit, but we are gonna be changing some things up here, mixing it up, just trying to refreshen some things. It's been over a year since we've gotten any updates. So it's time to move things around a little bit. And yeah, so if you see any changes that you like, let us know in the Discord. Really helps us out to make sure that we're progressing and improving everything. Oh, you have a playtest tomorrow. Fantastic.
Oh, very cool.
That's amazing to hear, Baba Kiss. Good luck. Let us know, please, in the Discord. Let us know how it goes.
Cozy Cauldrons game. I'm very excited.
That's a nice name. I love that. The Cozy. That's such a cool game, or a cool name for that. But yes, good luck with that. I really hope it kicks off. If you are streaming it, let us know. We would. I would absolutely love to promote that in the Discord as well.
Yes.
So let us know about that. A couple other updates for us as well. We do have our community stream coming up this weekend.
Indeed.
Looking at what happened in the Discord, we did have technically a tie between critical cocktails and pop culture builds.
My fault.
But there's a few things that are going into the decision here. One of the votes for critical cocktails was from Kage. So being one of the co-hosts and mods, the vote doesn't carry as much weight, especially if it's equal to everybody else in the community wanting the other option.
You guys want to see, not what I want to see.
And I just so happened, before I even realized that, or before I had thought about it, last week when I was on my own, I already did the first episode of Critical Cocktails, trying it out and seeing what we could do. And it was mixed results. I really enjoyed the format. I would love to do it again. Streaming in the back room sucks. Like, it's just the laptop sucks. The whole setup is just not perfect. I really would hope to do that. So the goal for this weekend for the community stream is going to be pop culture builds. We've already selected the item. I will announce that in Discord this week. But in light of critical cocktails being the secondary vote, what I think that we will do, especially because we've both decided that the choice that we've made for this build is going to be perfect with this, we are going to add in a specialty that will also try to throw in a cocktail as well that is based and themed off of the build. So I think out of all of the ones that we have in the list right now, this one does deserve a cocktail for sure.
I agree. I definitely agree. I think it bodes well. It fits well. It's super thematic. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah. So that'll be Friday, or that'll be Saturday, and then Friday I have all week to finalize my plans, because this Friday we will be doing the
showdown.
The subclass showdown between Soul Collective Guild and Hecate. They did a self-imposed challenge where they each made a subclass of their own. They each made a subclass based off the same theme.
Yes.
I believe one's 2024, one's 2014 rule sets. If I remember correctly.
I did not know that.
I do believe that they're each using different rule sets. I need to double check on that. But yes, so they wanted to do this build. They wanted to present it and see what we thought. So instead of just doing a standard homebrew review and just looking them over, instead of just doing a side-by-side comparison, we wanted to really put them to the test. So the goal is going to be 2024 and 2014. So the goal is going to be on Friday, depending on if maybe we'll start a little bit early, but we're going to run them essentially through a series of challenges.
I like
and
this.
we're going to see how each one
Fairs.
fairs against the challenges and see if we can decide how we're going to score that. And then at the end, we'll actually score who, how they each did. And then at the end, we'll see how the score works. So instead of it just being a pure opinion piece, we'll actually put them up against a few challenges.
I like that. And then like they can get a score for each challenge and then add up your scores at the end.
And we'll
like,
even, and I'm thinking we'll even add this for chat. So chat will be able to score it. We'll take the average score that chat gives.
Okay.
And then we'll add that as a third score. So it'll be your score, my score, and chat score. Shove those together.
I like it.
And then that will
I like it.
That will be how we actually judge.
Are we barring the creators from voting for theirs?
I would like to think that they shouldn't be able to vote, but again, if they are willing and have a good honor system among themselves to be able to honestly judge based off of the competition and not the competitor.
Yes.
If they could truly judge and say, okay, that one is the one that won and by this score, I would be okay with it. But if it doesn't work out,
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. Cool.
That's going to be Friday. We're still working up a bias-free voting. That is the whole point. If both the authors can agree to it, and if both can, feel that they can actually be unbiased
voting. That's right.
So that'll be up to them. But I would like to, if we get a big enough chat, I would like chat to be able to vote as well as both you and I, and then we'll see how they fare through a series of challenges.
Love it.
So
love it.
That'll be on Friday. I'm really excited to see that one. Been working on a lot of ideas, but this week I just need to finalize the visuals for the stream and how exactly we're going to run them.
Very cool.
This one was supposed to be ran all the way back in December. This is when I was still trying to potentially do a special guest
collab.
For this one.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's right.
Didn't work out. So hey, we are here now, and we are still going to do it. So that's all right.
BEA beautiful.
All righty then. Well, I know Soul's here, ready for their review. I'm ready for this review.
Totally stoked.
So, how about we get started? Might not be a super late night tonight, but that's okay. Sometimes it's not about quantity, it's about quality.
Amen.
All right, let us begin. Did I have the spiked coffee? I did try the spiked coffee shortly after that stream later that afternoon, and it was far too sweet for the amount of coffee that I put it into. It pairs very well with coffee, but it does not need to be a lot. It is a good, basically it acted as I guess like a syrup, as you would think of at a coffee shop. Like it acted like as a flavor syrup.
Oh, okay.
So it was so much that it just overpowered my coffee. And I'm like, I should have just pieced that in instead of put the whole double shot into my coffee. Yep. So good flavor. I akined it to in coffee. It reminded me a lot by itself with nothing else, just straight into black coffee. It reminded me of like a vanilla toffee latte.
Interesting.
That's how that flavor ended up working out for me.
Vanilla toffee. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a very strange mixture, but that was for one of the shots that we did.
Oh, on Friday?
On Friday. Nice. Yeah. On Critical Cocktails. We made 3 drinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
One of them I will do if for whatever reason Jägermeister finds its way into the bar or to the tavern.
Really?
If I for whatever reason I have Jägermeister, there is one drink that I will actually try to make. Because it was very interesting sounding.
Okay.
And I'd be willing to give it a try. The other ones I may try, but I'm not as excited or trying to, go out of my way for. One of them I did make, which actually no, we made 2 of them. We made the shot, which was just too sweet. And then the other one, it was nothing special. It was basically I guess you could say just an elevated gin and tonic or a gin fizz. It was very akin to a gin fizz without the egg. It was literally, I think, just, what did I have in there? Sometimes, like to give it that little bit of the gin jogger. I forget what I put in it, but it was very basic. It wasn't anything super special.
You know me, I love me some gin.
Right? It'd be I think you would enjoy it. It's very refreshing, but not sweet in any way.
Okay.
It was a bitter refreshment.
Cool. I do like that.
I akined it to, the reason why we called it the gin jogger is I akined it to It is to the gin cocktail what a rum runner is to a rum cocktail.
Okay.
Because, you know, we think about rum being made of sugar, you know, it's actually, you know, made from sugar cane. And so you think rum is usually typically in these tropical fruity drinks. So very fruity, very sugary. And the rum runner was kind of like the, you know, the idea I was going with, because with gin, you know, very botanical, very bitter, and doesn't tend to lend to very sweet drinks. You tend to get the tart or the bitter drinks.
Right.
But this was super refreshing, about as refreshing as a rum runner without all of the sugar. So it's like one of those ones I would absolutely have this on a beach somewhere.
Okay.
If you're not in the mood for super sugary, but also not in the mood for like, I don't want tart, sweet, bitter, or not like tart, like lime or lemon.
Yeah.
A lot of times with gin, you get a strong citrus.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of is mild citrus with just a nice, like, refreshing gin flavor.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
Oh yeah. So vodka, gin, white rum, lemon juice, and club soda. So take away the lime and swap it with lemon, so you get less of that tartness or less of that, like.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I mean.
No, I think I get the
what
vibe.
I mean? Like
Yeah.
lime can be a little bit on that like tartar side or
Yes.
tartness side, and then yeah, the vodka. I used the vodka with the gin because I wanted. I think it was a 2-to-1. I think it was an ounce of vodka to a half ounce of gin, because I wanted the gin bitterness, but I didn't want it to be the most overpowering, because you know in a lot of gin cocktails it's all you can taste.
Yeah.
So I used vodka to give you all of the alcohol, but I used gin to give you some of that bitterness. Use the lemon instead of the lime, and then white rum to give it that little bit of like background tropicalness. And it actually works quite well.
Okay. Sweet.
Yeah, we were trying to make a drink based off of the Echo Stalker, and I failed 3 times. Maybe that was the real, maybe that was the real success. The Echo Stalker was just always out of reach.
Hey, ninja'd his way out of there, man.
Just saying. Yeah, we tried 3 times, or did we try 3 times or 2 times? Because the first time we came up with the gin jogger, and then we tried again, and that's when we came up with the shot. And the shot was just no. Because the shot was, the whole point was like it was supposed to be something that looked like you expected one thing and then got another, because that was kind of like what the Echo Stalker was all about. So I tried to make the shot look like a shot of whiskey, but be something that was not going to be a shot of whiskey. And it definitely was nothing like a shot of whiskey, but it looked more like tea than that. So didn't really work exactly.
Didn't give exactly the vibe you were looking for. Okay.
I mean, Soul says it was a success. So, you know, go watch the episode and you tell me.
I'm here for it.
What's going on, Marty? Nice to see you. All right, well, let's get into this review. We got plenty of people here. Soul's here, Marty's here. Let's get started.
Get it.
And hopefully my I'll be able to focus this one. Where's all right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with the Bracklash. Yes, that is Bracklash with an R. It is a silent R, but visually silent. So you can't see it, but it's there. It's just a visually silent R, you know what I mean? Like it's a new type of language. And the creature, that is a misspelling. What you see here is a new type of spelling for beast. It's just, you know,
yes,
it's French.
It's much longer.
It's French for beast. And this is by Soul Collective Guild.
At least that part's correct.
Okay, hold on. I'm fine. Okay, so it was a mollusk. It was based off of a mollusk. Wait, isn't a mollusk a snail?
I feel like it's a shelled something. I swear, you and I talked about
but
this.
it's like usually a shelled seashell, sea snail with a shell. Some sort of like not quite a crustacean,
but not necessarily a snail. I feel like clams are considered a mollusk. They're not necessarily. I
didn't think they. I'll look that up. Interesting. And I'm also curious because I'm looking at this image and I'm like, I'm getting more like but the first thought I had was Transformers, but then I'm like, it's not really. But
I get the little antennas and little crustacean-y kind of claw.
I mean, I'm definitely getting more roboticness out of this, but maybe that's just how like the image comes across. But yeah, it's very more insectoid, I guess crustacean-like. Not what I would have expected. Let me double check because yeah, not what I expected. So I need to like educate myself on
a mollusk,
on just the mollusk in general. Soft-bodied, undersegment invertebrate animals, often characterized by a hard protective shell, though not all have one, including snails, clams, oysters, squid, and octopus. Okay, so
Octopus.
soft-bodied, unsegmented invertebrates.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that qualifies.
Yep. So examples, we have snails, slugs, limpets, clams, oysters, mussels, scallops, octopi, squid. Yeah. Okay. All right. A mollusk alien. Okay, so a soft-bodied invertebrate with a hard shell alien-like creature.
Okay.
That is what we're going with based off of what Soul just said.
I'm here for it.
We should have that in some kind of lore, some kind of description.
Yes, there was no particular description for this, just a stat block and an image. But yeah. No, definitely. It's very interesting. I'm curious if these tubes on here have anything to do with what it is or isn't.
Right. That'd be
That's
interesting.
just more of its just external biology.
What happened to music?
Mm.
What happened to music indeed?
Is it running away from me?
I think it there we go. No.
Get it?
What is it? There we go. Okay. That's still pretty loud though. Oh, that's not the right channel. That's much better. It's still very loud.
Chat keeps freezing on me. See, guys, this is what happens when. This is just what happens when. Okay, broke this submission. Vortex broke. Vortex didn't break the music.
There we go. That's much better. All right. Back in business.
Back in action. Let's go, friends and neighbors.
All right. So the Bracklash is a medium beast, a mollusk type, and is considered true neutral.
Okay.
That's unique. I haven't seen a true neutral alignment for any creature in a long time.
Actually, yeah.
We have an armor class of 22 that is considered natural armor. I mean, it is a shelled creature, so I kind of get that. It's going to have, and again, this is like an exoskeleton, so this is going to be really more than just your standard like hide armor. So
yeah,
I'm getting it, right? Like
it's definitely got to be something scary with a 22 armor class.
It's alien.
Yep.
308 hit points. That is 18d20 plus 110. So this is definitely a higher, 18 hit die. Okay.
It's theoretically a level 18 something, because you usually get a hit die per
or like
level.
a level or a CR9 or something like that.
Let me try and see. I mean,
the last time I think we had this too, where we looked at the hit die and it was like half the hit die is about the CR.
Oh, that's interesting.
But and it's a creature. Is this considered a playable creature? Like, is this supposed to be a race, or is this supposed to be? This is supposed
to be something you find in battle.
Okay, not something that you
not something that you're.
Okay, yeah. I would say probably around like a CR 8 or 9. I'm assuming. 19. Never mind. No, CR 19.
19.
So it is about equal. Okay.
God bless America.
All right. Well, we have 308 hit points. It's crazy. A speed of 20 and a swim of 120. Okay, so slow on the ground, much better in the water.
Much better in the water.
Much understandable.
Wild.
120 is a lot, though. I'm still gonna say, like, without some sort of propulsion, that's a lot. That's like, I mean, that's basically dashing for anybody else. That's huge.
Yep. I don't think anyone's base speed like above 100. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Think about how much faster the fastest land creature is versus the fastest like water creature.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking of like, I can understand like a giant sea serpent or something going that fast, but this thing being that small, that's, again, It's just hard to imagine how it's getting that kind of propulsion, but you know.
That's fair. It is lightweight alien, so maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
maybe.
you know, that just don't mind me, just thinking out loud here.
Sure.
It feels like a lot, but it's also not like, because you think about it, like you could argue that is a lot and it feels too much, but at the end of the day, how is it game breaking? Like all it means is that there's just no distance it can't cover. It just means that you're not in the water.
Per turn, yeah,
in the water, you're just not going to get away from it. That's really all it equates to. It doesn't really, or it can get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it doesn't really equate to like more damage or anything else like that. It's not like faster, so it's harder to hit.
Sure.
It just has a more area to cover. So, and it's only in the ground or in the water. So I'm not that upset with it. It just sounds crazy out of nowhere.
Fair.
All right, looking at these stats, a strength of 24. So it gets a +7, a dexterity of 14, a constitution of 23, an intelligence of 18, a wisdom of 16, and a charisma of 20. I need more understanding of where these are coming from because your smallest stat's 14. Like, even for a player to get stats even close to this is insane. And there's, I mean, almost every edition has tried to prevent players from getting stats like this.
Yes.
And I know it's not a playable race, but like, I'm trying to think of anything off the top of my head that has naturally 320s. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that has 320s by default.
Crystal Dragon. That's the first CR19 that I came across. It's got a 25 strength, 26 con, and a 21 charisma. And a 20 intellect.
Damn, 420s?
420s.
I mean, I guess dragons, I see that. Okay. So that's putting this thing on par with dragons, man.
Bale, which is a demon.
Mm-hmm.
24 strength, 24 constitution, 21 intellect, and 24 charisma. So it feels on par with CR19 creatures.
Okay, but we'll see if it feels on par with justifiably being on par with those kind of creatures, because I have expectations if it's that powerful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how I was feeling about the armor class and the hit points.
Yeah, this is okay. I mean, we'll roll with it for now, but that's a lot. So again, it's on par with the CR, but is it on par with deserving to be there? You know what I mean? As a whole build, as a whole package.
Sure.
So we'll find out. All right. Saving throws. We have strength of 13 and charisma of 11. Skills, we have athletics, intimidation, nature, and survival. With quite a few. I mean, athletics is a +13. Intimidation is a +17. I'm not sure the nature and survival. I mean, because it's a creature, I'm not sure the benefit of that.
I'm assuming that is meant to be in its natural habitat. Like, it's really good at, like, I would say survival is good for like navigating certain things. Nature is good for, you know, determining certain things in its natural habitat.
I'm just saying, like, playable wise, like mechanical wise, if this is something I'm just going to fight, what does that benefit the DM to have? Like, like when is the creature going to be using that? Maybe for lore purposes, but it is one of those things where I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with that information. Ooh, finally we have something that's vulnerable. We have a vulnerability to fire, which is nice. We very rarely get to see vulnerabilities in any of these builds,
especially in the higher tier things.
Damage resistances, radiant, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical. So we really just get the normal non-magical and then radiant, which is interesting.
Okay.
Radiant and fire are not usually things that I see in tandem like that. One be, you know, like as opposites, being treated as opposites. Not saying that it needs to, you know, to have that. I do see that the immunities are cold and necrotic. So I'm okay. So
interesting. I'm curious if its alien nature is what gives it some of the resistance.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, so obviously the cold and fire has the dichotomy that you would expect, right?
Sure.
And that kind of makes sense because if you're thinking like mollusk wise, right? Like it can survive high temperatures, really cold in the ocean, but it's not going to be good like out in the big sun.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's going to dry up. It's going to dehydrate. So I get that. I get fire, and then radiant sunlight. I'm kind of getting that idea that it's more of a burn off. The cold I'm okay with. I don't know. I get the logic behind it, but I don't know if I agree with necrotic damage. like, I don't know if it's just because to be the opposite of the radiant, because the radiant still makes sense, right? Because I always think of radiant, while not directly like sunlight, I kind of get like the akinness to it. And the other issue with that too is like there's other connotations, like with radiant and necrotic, it is true neutral, so it's also interesting that it has that dichotomy, even though it's being true neutral. I wouldn't have been upset if it wasn't, instead of, I mean, it does have the community or the condition immunity of poisoned, which is what I was kind of more leaning towards. I like that more.
Yes, I think that's good.
I mean, honestly, even because of, like, we were talking about, you know, the pressure of the ocean, right?
Sure.
And the nature of those kind of creatures being soft-bodied, I wouldn't even mind swapping out the necrotic immunity to bludgeoning immunity. You just can't bludgeon it, period. Even with magical, like, it makes more sense to me that it would be vulnerable to fire, resistant to radiant, immune to cold, and then immune to bludgeon instead of necrotic. You know what I mean? Because again, it's weird to be resistant to radiant and then immune to necrotic. I don't understand. I just don't I guess I don't get it.
I'm looking at them a little bit less of like, hey, they're opposites to each other, and more of like, what is necrotic damage doing and what is radiant damage doing. So when I look at necrotic damage, I look at almost like it's infecting. It's decay. It's infecting you, or whatever the case may be. And so it feels like whatever is empowering this thing is immune to decay, is immune to, and not like it'll never decay, but like, while it has this energy source, while it is whatever it is, it doesn't have the ability to get magically withered or something to that effect. Like, so I feel like this would go a little bit better with a little bit more lore behind it, knowing where it's coming from, why it's coming from.
Because there's not a lot of like, there's a really hard understanding for it, and I see Soul in the comments saying that it'll get explained by the abilities, but I will be honest, I have a problem with that. If I see something and I have to wait till I read everything, it's like everything should be being explained to me as I go through. So if I see this and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense, and you're like, well, wait till the end and it'll make sense. It's like, it shouldn't read that way.
Sure.
If the immunity or if the abilities are gonna make that make sense, then this should come from the abilities. Like, I shouldn't say I'm always immune to necrotic. My abilities will tell you why later, right? I think the ability shouldn't explain it. It should be the other way around. The ability should play off of it.
I think that just comes from the way that 5th edition lays out a stat block. Because like a stat block, your immunities are always going to come before your abilities.
Yeah.
I do think it would be helpful to have, like we said, and again, sometimes we don't have descriptions, but I think that if a little bit of like a blurb of lore was dropped to say why this thing is what it is, then coming into this, you'll have a little bit more of an idea, like, oh, necrotic makes sense because of what was said, and it'll have more details in the abilities, but you're not sitting here confused why at this point. Because I think I agree with what you're saying, so that you're not confused while you're reading what's going on, but at the same time, I feel like it would be awkward if we had the abilities up front and then put all of these stats down afterwards in just the layout.
And then again, if you don't want me to jump ahead, then to be completely honest, Soul, it's even worsely written. Like, he doesn't want me to jump ahead to figure it out. If I can't jump ahead to figure it out, then
it's like you're in this limbo, like confused for a time. And you know, like, I understand that, like, even in some like TV shows and movies, they'll like do that. They'll like give you some information. You're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. But it's a scenario where it's gonna get revealed later. It's like meant to like build suspense, but I don't necessarily know if a stat block is where suspense needs to be built.
Yeah, and I'm gonna even say again, he corrected himself. He meant just don't jump ahead in the thought. Well, that's kind of what we do. Like, I can't, like, if you just want me to read this whole thing and only give you my thought about it as an entire thing, then this entire process would be like a 10-minute you know what I mean? Like, that's not the point of it. Like, because again, if you if you're expecting the person who's looking at this to have 100% of it before they make an opinion, that's not how players and DMs do things, right? Like, I'm looking for something that fits a mold. If I'm thumbing through this, I'm not reading the entire page of every monster to then decide, is this fitting my scenario, right? I'm looking for key aspects to drop into this battle. I'm looking for something to go against my wizard or my barbarian, or I need something that has ranged attack, or I would need something that goes in like a certain location.
Sure.
So to me, when you build something or write something out and you're like, once you see it all, you'll get it. It's not like there's a problem with that, but understand that most people, especially when they're looking for something, aren't doing that. They're looking for the highlights, and what calls to them, then they'll figure out the rest.
That exact point is what would lead me to, when I'm reading a stat block, I don't read it from top to bottom. I look for what I'm looking for. What I mean by that is, it's like, hey, what's gonna make sense in this place is something that has fire immunity. I'm gonna skip everything and I'm gonna go straight, does it have fire immunity? If yes, I'm gonna start looking at some other things, and do those other things make sense for being here? And then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna read the whole thing to figure out if I actually want it to be there. So for me, I have a little bit more of a jump aroundy mindset. Like, I skim through it. I like take like some like big pieces. Like, I want something that's scary. I look at the top. Yeah, you got a lot of hit points. Yeah, you got a high AC. What else do you have? Oh, you got a pretty decent immunities. What kind of abilities do you have? Do you have reactions? Do you have layer actions? Do you have all these other things?
But so even to that point though, for you to want something, you want to be able to understand it before reading all of it to make it make sense, right?
Yes.
So that, again, so even though we approach it differently, it's still at the end where the build should be more self-explanatory. Like, not everything needs to be self-explanatory, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if I need to read all of it, that might deter people. Again, if they're looking for something, they don't want to be able to read all, they don't want to have to read everything in order to make it make sense. So I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but that's just like, it is just saying like, well, don't overthink it. It's like, that's how the process works. And that's how I think people look for these things, is they're going to be wondering like, well, how does that make sense? And how am I going to use that? Right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think
that is definitely the first thing that's in my mind. Is it's like, all right, number one, does it make sense? Now, for me, I'm a little bit different, because if anything remotely doesn't make sense, then I'm just going to change it. Like I have, I have no pause of just being like, all right, well, I don't like that particular thing, but I like everything else, so I'm just gonna make that different than it is. Like, if I really wanted this thing to not have immunity to radiant damage, I'd just be like, it doesn't have immunity to radiant damage, or whatever the case may be. So like, if I felt that way, but if I come through here and I'm like, actually with this in here, I'm gonna keep that radiant damage, you know? So like, to me, I'm making edits as I go down, and then if I reach something later that or that makes a lot of sense, I'll put it back in. Right. Like, okay, so
that makes sense.
It depends on how, I would say, egregious the disconnect is. If it's like huge and I'm like, all right, this is starting to like not go together at all, then I might just move on. Yeah. At that point, and be like, this is a little too chaotic for me. But if it's just, all right, I need to make this edit here, and make this edit here, I'm gonna swap that immunity, and I'm gonna keep going, and then I go back and I'm like, oh, I want this as is. Forget that. Then I'll go down that road. But I do 100% get what you're saying. Like, a lot of the times when you're looking at something and it's like, hey, I don't know if this fits, I don't know if this works. Like, where am I at? Like, what am I actually looking at? Is this gonna fit what I'm trying to create, what I'm trying to build, what I'm trying to set up for these people? Is this bad guy gonna be the bad guy? Because I'm assuming this is gonna be some boss. This is gonna be like the end of a dungeon. I mean,
I just putting it on par with what you said, Silver Dragon.
What was it? It was a different kind of dragon. It was, Crystal Dragon. Crystal Dragon.
Just simply putting this on par with that tells me that, whether this is a enemy, it's going to be an enemy, whether it's an evil, but the point is this is either going to be something that is a side quest, it is a roadblock. I have a feeling that this is going to be like a huge challenge to the party for sure. But again, I just immediately looking at it, it's definitely
going to have any minions around it when you're fighting it.
Well, and that's why I'm just really curious. I'm curious to see if we'll get anything like location based information, because there is a giant pause of resistance and immunity basically both being on the same side, but having radiant and necrotic both be on the same side of like you're good against it is just, it's an interesting dichotomy, especially when you have, you know, the fire and cold are the opposites.
Sure.
But you have radiant and necrotic on the same side of the coin. It's just a little bit hard for me to grasp. It definitely
throws you off, especially because generically they're put on opposite sides of things.
Yeah.
But
okay, so everything else though I'm not upset about. I don't mind the charmed and poisoned conditions, because again, alien makes perfect sense. I don't mind that you can kind of make that explanation easy. Poisoned makes sense for the mollusks. I don't know about prone though. I don't know. We don't know enough about this creature. And again, just looking at it,
out of curiosity,
I'm
as
not
a DM, if you are doing combat in water, can you knock somebody prone? Is there prone underwater if you're not standing on a thing? If you're just swimming, treading water in water, like
this is a very interesting conversation, because I think most water combat is done incorrectly. I'm gonna flat out say it. Most water combat's done incorrectly.
I mean,
I think most, to be completely honest, at least in my experience, most people treat it more akin to 0G combat than they do in water combat.
I would agree.
And so for me, my preferred method is that just because you have a swim speed does not mean that you're effective in combat. Like, I just don't like the idea that you're in full armor swinging your great sword and not.
Now, I will say, rules is written in 5th edition. Unless there is something specified, you have disadvantage on attack rolls underwater.
Yeah, but
which helps to say you're not just out here doing what you would normally do.
It's just still very. It's the concept of water combat in my head for creatures that aren't adapted to the water is just a very. I don't like how most of it's done, which is why I tend to stay away from it.
Sure.
If I can. I don't go out of my way to do water combat unless it's ship to ship, because trying to explain and just try to fathom how that's all working for them, you know, for people who don't have swim speeds, for creatures who are in armor and who have large weapons, for creatures that are treading water but also fighting, how do you affect the AC of someone who isn't able to
dodge
do a 360?
Like that. Yep.
And then again, you talk about being prone. But if you think about it, yes, you don't have an ability to go prone, but you do have an ability to get disoriented. Like if you've ever been at the beach on the ocean, I'd say, you know, you would think that they're synonymous, but like you can have beaches. But go to the ocean, go in the water, and even if you go underwater, if you've ever had a big enough wave, even if you go in the water and you're just swimming around like snorkeling or whatever, and a wave comes by, the world moves around you, and it's a weird feeling. If you could be 10 feet underwater, and suddenly you just feel the whole world lift and drop with you, and you're not even at the surface. Tell me that's not disorienting. Now, if you've ever been hit by one of those near the surface and it rolls you even more than a quarter amount of your body, you're disoriented. To me, that would be prone. That would be the same concept, because you were now not facing your opponent. You were not stable enough to tread water. Just like if you're on the ground, you're not stable enough to have a footing. You're not facing your opponent. Technically, I don't think that the prone condition exists in water, but can you get the effect? Yes. Because someone who is in water, who's treading and who's facing their opponent, is in a different position than someone who's now upside down or turned around or sideways. Doesn't matter the position they're in. If they're in a way that would I
definitely think there should be a new condition.
Yes.
Like a different condition.
Why isn't there a disoriented condition? Because to me, it's more like, even like, how about when disoriented, you roll a 1d4 or what is that? 3, 6, a 1d8. And when you roll, that's the direction, like from where your character.
If you're trying to attack while disoriented.
Yeah, so 1 would be in front of you, and then 2's diagonal.
Sure.
3, like basically just make yourself a clock and roll a d8, and that's the square you strike for. Or you know, maybe if you try to move, like, you know, you'll be off by, like, there's ways that you could do that, and I would much prefer it. So
no,
yes,
I get that.
Could you get the approximation of the prone condition? I agree that there should be an equivalent.
And so I can get this. I can get behind not being in whatever that equivalent would be
in water.
Underwater.
And that's maybe where it should say is immune to prone in water, because like we've seen, there was that one creature that literally, by its physical nature, if you knocked it down, it was still up. It was still oriented, right? Like there was a creature that we looked at where it also had the immune to prone, but the way it was designed, it was like it really couldn't.
This is just the one with the 4 legs.
I can't remember, but it was like basically the way it looked is like, yeah, I could see that no matter what orientation you get it at, it's still capable.
Yeah,
you know, kind of like Voldo. Like if you had a Voldo character, I would totally allow that character to be at least resistant, if not immune to prone, because for Voldo, there is no such thing as prone. You are agile enough to move in all directions. So yeah, for the condition immunity, if it just said prone while in water, I would not question it. I just have a hard time looking at this thing and going, if I knock that thing on its ass, how is it still capable? Because, you know, it's humanoid, right? Humanoids have a orientation to them. Yeah. And this thing does not look capable. And again, I'm just going based purely off the picture, so I have no idea. But even just off this picture, it looks not very capable of being Voldo maneuverable. So I would say I would totally give it the benefit in water. And again, if we want to lean into this thing as being water, that makes perfect sense for all of these things to be based around that. So yeah, other than that, again, the radiant necrotic is just a little bit weird, and then the prone condition, I think those are the only things that I would modify. Sure. As of right now. And then let's see. So we have senses. We have blind sight for 60 feet, blind beyond that radius. There's that little additive that we were talking about last time.
This is why I brought it up. This is what I was talking about when I brought it up, because I was editing this.
That's right. Okay.
And so we'll probably eventually get to this, and there might be something in the abilities that articulate it later.
Because this is where you say you have dark vision for 120, but it says blind sight 60 feet, blind beyond this radius. But you have dark vision. So does that mean that the dark vision is also blind? Like
so if you have if it gets explained later, let us know. But the question would be, can this particular individual, can this particular character see in dark vision past 60 feet? Or is it blind past 60 feet?
Yeah, because it would. Yeah, because I don't know why this wouldn't just read 60 feet as well. Blind sight and dark vision to 60 feet. Sure. And then it should say blind beyond that radius, right? But the fact that it says blind beyond that radius with blind sight, but then you have dark vision beyond it, why mention the blind beyond this, right? That's the thing that we don't quite understand is, why are we mentioning the blind beyond this radius? And if that's something from the book, I haven't read it yet. Maybe it's something from 2024, because we only have that one copy that I've looked at. So yeah, we're just a little bit confused there. Tremor sense for 10 feet, I'm totally fine. And a passive perception of 13 seems low in my opinion. But is that because blind sight, like it's technically blind, so it...
No, so passive perception, the way it works in 5th edition is it takes your perception modifier and you add it to a base of 10. So because their wisdom's a +3 and they're not trained in perception, it's just a flat +3 to 10, which gives you a 13.
Okay, yeah, I'm not mad at that then. I'm not mad at these senses. I think it's just understanding what they mean. And with it being so powerful, to be completely honest, bump tremor sense to 20 feet. Like, so if this is really a boss battle,
here's the deal.
That feels kind of like...
Tremor sense specifically is you can feel the vibrations in the ground.
Yeah.
So if you're underwater, what are you feeling the vibration? Are you talking about you can feel it in water as well?
Yeah, is it supposed to be for water?
So unless you're talking about being on the sea floor and walking along the sea floor.
Can we look up? Well, I can look it up easier than you, I guess. We should probably look up the exact
terminology.
Tremor, yeah. Because if tremor sense does say if it says ground specific, well, it does say vibrations in the ground. Automatically pinpoint anything that's in contact with the ground. Aquatic creatures with tremor sense can also sense the location of creatures moving through water. The ability range is specific to the creature's descriptive text. So
then if that's the case, I would ask almost, why is it not just tremor sense instead of blind sight?
Why blind sight?
Because basically Tremor Sense gives you the same effect as blind sight. It allows you to see creatures within a certain radius that you wouldn't be able to see with your eyes. You can feel them, right?
So let me look at blind sight real quick, just so we can be 100%. So blind sight, a creature with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. Creatures without eyes, such as ooze, and creatures with echolocation or heightened senses, such as bats and true dragons, have this sense.
So it's like trying to say echolocation slash.
I think what it is it's more like
heightened sense, because
Tremor Sense gives them essentially 360, like a 360 bubble all around them.
Sure.
Blind sight, I think, is intending to do the exact same thing out of the water, because it would cover everything more than just the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what the intention is. It looks like Soul gave us something in chat. So blind sight, I see as more for magical darkness due to not having any vision, including dark vision in magical darkness, which underwater I would consider squid ink sprayed as magical darkness. Interesting. I would not consider that magical darkness, but I get the idea, because it's a little bit more physical. It's a little bit more real, like a little bit stronger than just a.
Would you say that blind sight could overcome squid ink?
Well, and that's the thing too, because
I
don't know if I would classify squid ink as magical, because I would consider that more like the blinded condition, because that's physically in the water, so therefore it's.
Even if it's not magical, just would you say that blind sight would be able to?
So blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. Creatures with that. So I always looked at blind sight is that you don't have like any super ultra senses, but you are relying on all of your senses. You're relying on sound. You're relying on, mostly, I think mostly sound, but just in general, your overall surroundings.
Lightweight Daredevil vibes.
Yes, exactly. I look at blind sight as just what Daredevil has.
Okay.
Not echolocation as in I can know that there's a cup on the table.
The point that I'm getting at is I think that blind sight and Tremor Sense would do the same thing in squid ink. I don't think that they would have a difference.
I think Tremor Sense trumps blind sight completely for this creature. The only time blind sight doesn't benefit this creature is if the thing's not touching the ground and it's outside, like basically for flying creatures. Because again, if it has Tremor Sense, anything touching the ground it's touching, it would feel in its radius.
Sure.
And I guess blind sight does give it further radius, right? Like,
so if that's the case, then my mindset is this thing should be built for the water. Yeah. So give it 60-foot Tremor Sense and that's it.
Or at least 30, at bare minimum 30.
I mean, sure, if you want to do that, but my mindset is like if this is its like lightweight normal sight, like what it can do if it can't actually see something.
See, and so Soul has an interesting argument here. I don't agree with it, but interesting nonetheless. So they see the squid ink more as magical darkness because or they would see the blind sight being needed because you don't need to see the area in order to make contact with the creature. Tremor Sense they feel would be thrown off by the squid ink because it's physically moving in the water. But that doesn't stop the vibrations and how you would feel. That wouldn't.
So my mindset with squid ink and physically being in the water is like you put oil in water. It doesn't change
the density or anything.
It's liquid.
It's lightweight like fog. You're still going to hear sound through fog.
Yeah.
So that's exactly how I feel like Tremor Sense would go right through squid ink because squid ink is physical, just like fog is. Fog isn't magical darkness. It is a physical light can't get beyond your eyes, which is why, like again, dark vision doesn't technically work in fog. Like I would not allow dark vision to work in fog. Fog is obscured vision.
Like think about turning your high beams on in fog. Like the light still works, but it just reflects off of what's there in front of you.
The problem with fog is not a lack of light. It's just a lack of clear light.
A lack of penetrating light.
Exactly.
Like it can't penetrate through the space that's in front of you.
So with Tremor Sense, I agree with Kage. I think Tremor Sense would blast through squid ink just like fog. Blind sight, I think, is like what you would want for fog as well. Like blind sight could overcome fog.
Sure.
Tremor Sense could overcome fog. So I agree. I see where you're coming from, Soul, but I think because we're both realizing, or because we're both on the same page here, that this should just be 100% focused for the water. I think blind sight is just overkill. I think it's unnecessary. I think Tremor Sense does all of what Blind Sight needs to do, and I would just say push Tremor Sense to it bare minimum 30 feet. I don't mind 60, although I could see some people trying to have an argument about that's too far and justifications. But honestly, I think Tremor Sense is more than enough to overcome all of it. Because again, with Tremor Sense, I mean, for creatures in water, you get it all. And Blind Sight, it just says that you just don't need to rely on sight. But again, that's what Tremor Sense does as long as they're in contact with the ground. And I don't necessarily think that this creature would gain any benefits for something that's not touching the ground or the water. Like if it's flying, I kind of feel like that's a detriment.
Yeah.
It's a non-flying creature. So that would, I think where we're coming from is just, I think Blind Sight's just unnecessary. I think Tremor Sense can just be expanded and you'd have it.
Sure.
Bump it up to 60 due to the 120 swim speed. And that's even better, right? So it can basically every 60 feet, it sees the next 60. Mm-hmm. So if it goes its full speed, it's kind of like in a speeding car. You're only able to see so much.
You might have to make a halfway course correction.
And that could be, you could go into an ambush, but if you're going at a moderate speed, like not your full sprint, because it's just like if you were dashing everywhere, you could easily accidentally dash into an ambush. I kind of like that. This thing, I agree with you. Tremor Sense, since you're going that fast, I kind of get that. You know what I mean?
And I also feel like, especially if you're moving that fast, your Tremor Sense would be hard for you to sense 60 feet in front of you while you're moving.
Yeah, because
120 feet per round.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like you're only gonna get honestly 10 feet in front of you while moving that fast in a singular direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think Tremor Sense is more than enough. Like I said, I don't disagree. I see where you were going with Blind Sight. I just think you have it already. I think just Tremor Sense is enough. I think Blind Sight, it doesn't do anything detrimental. I just think it adds more questions and it solves more problems.
Sure.
If that makes more sense. But yeah, otherwise that's pretty good. We still didn't technically get an answer for the blind beyond this point though.
That's fair.
I don't think we officially, but I think Soul has decided that they might just go with Tremor Sense. But yeah, I don't think we officially got an answer of why specifically it said blind beyond this point.
I would ask, and Soul, if you have any input on this, does their dark vision, because again, your speed is 120 feet, so being able to just straight up see 120 feet in darkness, or
amazing.
Not in complete darkness.
Yeah, but again, I equate that to if it can move 120 feet and it's in the oceans and it's dark down there,
sure.
It should have its full
range be able to see.
That's why I totally am cool with dark vision being that far. The Tremor Sense is more of like, I can see you, but there are things in the ocean that prey on things that can see, so they'll not be visible, or they'll hide in like a little bubble of ink, so it looks like just like a bubble of darkness to you.
Sure.
But that's why I like that.
You can't sense that until you get within range.
But I love the idea of Tremor Sense being that thing that this has evolved to be like, I can see 120 feet, but things know I can and have evolved to hide from me. So now, or I have predators. They know I can see 120 feet and move that fast. So I have predators that are faster than me or as fast. So I need to not be able to see, you know what I mean? Like, there's an evolutionary battle.
And then they can.
I like this. I feel like that calls more to this lore.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I can feel how this thing evolved and why it can do this.
Yeah.
That's I feel like I like that a lot more. I also found something interesting too in the languages here. I saw Aquan is a language. I didn't know that. Is that an actual 5e language?
Yes, like a 5e language. The aqua creatures? Tritant.
Yeah, the Triton. Yeah.
Aquan.
I didn't know Aquan was a language. I've never heard that before.
I don't know if specifically it means you can like talk to like creatures, kind of like druid crap.
Or is it just the aquatic version of common?
I feel like it's lightweight.
Like celestial is their common.
You know, like undercommon has their own common. This is just like their like the dungeons would speak Aquan.
Yes, yeah. That's kind of cool. I do like that. They can. I do like it. Also says so. It has Aquan. It understands common, which is interesting because back in older editions that I like and that I tend to play in, you had to specify if you can read, write, and speak. Like you actually had to specify which level you have. So some you could only speak but not read and write. Others you could read but not speak. So it's curious because I see when it says language, I assume when it just has the language, it means all three. But when it says understands common, is that speaking? Are we talking about like, would that be the equivalent of you can speak common and understand it, but you can't necessarily read or write very well?
So the way I look at this is I can understand what you're saying if you say it, but I can't speak it back to you.
Oh, so
it means
so
like,
it's not communicative, but you understand it.
I've taken a Spanish class and I know enough to understand the gist of what you're communicating, but I'm not fluent in it enough to speak it back to you.
Gotcha. Is that what you mean by that, Soul? Let us know. I'm just because I don't think I've seen that yet in a build where it says understands a language. I think it just lists the languages. So I want context for what that means, because I love limiting like core builds, right? Like core has languages. I kind of appreciate people saying, hey, I'm gonna take this thing, but I'm gonna limit what you can do with it.
Yeah.
I prefer that over additives sometimes limiting something can be more beneficial than additive, right? Like, hey, here's a language, but you can only read it. You can't write it, and you wouldn't know it if it was spoken to you, like Latin. A lot of people don't really know truly what Latin would have sounded like, but you might be able to read it. But could you write it? Probably not. Like, you might be able to memorize a phrase or a word, but you can't like fluently write your own thoughts. So I sometimes I like that for the role play purpose more than just saying, oh, here's, some, new ability you can do with it or whatever, right? Like just limiting what you can do with something that's already.
Yeah.
So I like that. So, and you had the correct one. So understanding means that it is a one-way communication. You can speak to these creatures, but they won't be able to speak back.
Unless you are correct. The only way you'd understand. Now, I'm curious if the telepathy is only in Aquan. So if I'm speaking to you in your mind, you're hearing Aquan in your mind.
That's the other thing too, is when you think about telepathy, I guess as DMs you have to define. I think in D&D terms, telepathy is images only. I could have sworn that maybe this was an older edition, but there was at one point telepathy. There was like a description where it was going over the limitations of it, and I maybe it was just a specific race had telepathy that was only in images, but I remember at one point there was like a definitive, this thing has telepathy, but it only works like in images. And
I feel like that has something to do with the psionic class.
It probably does, honestly. So yeah, I would be curious too, and if it does, Soul, if you do have any restrictions, I would just parenthesis next to telepathy, and just say whether it can just sense emotions or if it can speak.
Again, I'll say
other telepathic creatures, can it only send. Oh, so telepathy is Aquan. How I see telepathy is you speak telepathically using your species version of common. So to be completely honest, if that's how you see it, I would add that in here. Not saying that you're wrong. I just don't think that is the standard for telepathy. I think there's other. I don't know what the standard is. I just think that there's plenty of interpretations.
Because I'll say at the very least, the way it's laid out here is exactly how I see it laid out in other stat blocks. Like just like that. Understands common, telepathy 30 feet, period. Because
no. But what I'm just talking about is the way that Soul is saying is that you speak telepathically only your version of common. I don't know how many people automatically think of that as telepathic speaking.
Yeah.
Some people may say that telepathic is emotions and images. Some people might say that it's words. There have been other instances where even D&D will say you can speak telepathically with any creature you can understand.
I'm curious if there's some sort of 5th edition blurb when it comes to telepathy, because it's used so commonly in stat blocks. I'm assuming there's something that goes with that.
And that's why I would, if you're going to limit it to this is Aquan, personally, there's no harm in just putting a couple extra sentences or words in here. Just saying telepathy 30 feet, comma, Aquan only. Even if it was just Aquan only, makes perfect sense. I just fear that, and again, fear is in like, it's not going to break anyone's game, but someone could just pick this up and go, oh, cool, telepathy. And if they have the interpretation of, I can speak telepathically to anybody I can understand, that means I can telepathically speak with commoners, people who speak common. Like, I just don't want that misinterpretation if there was a design.
The only reason I believe that's not the case, and this is only due to omission, which definitely leaves room for people to assume the other, but when I have seen where it says you can telepathically speak with them and they hear you in their native language or something like that, it'll specifically say they hear
Maybe
you
that's-
in a specific language rather than like this. To me, I would assume the telepathy is only Aquan
Oh,
because
and-
you don't know how to speak
And see,
it.
Soul even says they think the standard might say you speak telepathically with a creature you share a language with, which again, very similar, but
yes.
not quite the same as only in your common language. Because if you learn another like, so again, I'm only suggesting if it's very important to have that limitation, there's no harm in putting it. If it doesn't matter, there's no change.
Out of curiosity, this is when I want to speak with you telepathically, right? When it comes to this type of telepathy, there's no save, I'm not trying to read your thoughts or anything like that.
It's a send only. It's basically handing someone a piece of paper.
If I speak to you, if I say words in your mind, do you have to specifically think back to me for me to hear what you're saying?
So this is a great question because this comes down to how do you interpret telepathy? Is it a open phone line or is it a one-way walkie-talkie? And if it's a one-way walkie-talkie, do both of you have to have telepathy in order to press the button? So if you have telepathy and I don't, do I just have a receiver and I can't hit the button because I don't have telepathy to talk back? So all you can do is talk to me. Because in Psionics, in second edition, Psionicists were the only ones that can defend themselves. So if you think about it by this term, and again, I hate giving my own players ideas, but if you really want to fuck with both your DM or if you're a DM out there and really want to fuck with your players, keep in mind that Kage brought up a good point. Telepathy has no save. Telepathy is automatic. If you want to make someone believe they're going insane, hire someone who can speak telepathically to follow them. Or hire 2 or 3 people. If you have 3 people following you or following someone that can speak to them telepathically that they cannot prevent, and just pay them randomly, just say a random phrase in his head. Right before he goes to bed, just talk to him. Wake him up in the middle of the night. As he's in the middle of something, just nothing made, no, don't tell him to do bad things. Just make him think he's hearing voice. Because think about what would happen if someone could speak to you telepathically. Even if you could speak back, but they don't have to tell you that they heard, right? If all you ever heard was people just being like, don't go that way. Don't pick that up. She's lying to you. Just imagine constantly hearing someone in your head randomly just tell, like, imagine you leave the shop. You're like, you just bought bread. And then as you're leaving the door, you just hear, did they make that bread today? You know, what? Why? Of course they, you know what I mean? It makes you doubt everything. You could literally make an NPC or your players go insane if you actually played that right. If telepathy doesn't have a save,
if you could speak to somebody in the head, can you theoretically scream in someone's head?
I would say no, because that borderlines on the control of a psionicist's powers. Like you have to telepathy.
So then if somebody's asleep, can you wake them up from their sleep with telepathy?
I, as a DM, would probably make a roll and it might influence their dream because it's subconscious. Like at that point, who are you speaking to? If their conscious mind isn't there, it's kind of going into an empty room. Because telepathy, in my opinion, is the conscious mind. It is the frontal lobe. It is your active consciousness, not your subconscious. So if you're asleep, the best you could hope for is it might wake them up, like they heard a whisper, but they didn't hear what you said, or it's heard by them and then it seeps into their dream. But I'm just saying, I just love the idea that because there is no save, because it just automatically happens. And again, if they don't know that it's telepathy, like if it's just suddenly there's a voice in your head, what's to stop you from just fucking with somebody?
Would the message cantrip work the same way?
No, because the message cantrip doesn't appear in your head. I think that one's actually vocal. I think it's just in your ear. It's like a whisper in your ear, but it's physical. As far as I've always understood it, the message cantrip...
That might be the case because it does say only the receiver can hear it, but it does say they can hear it.
It's like carried on the wind. So as far as I feel, that's like you almost feel like the wind blowing your ear and then you hear a whisper. It's almost like that one's... If you don't know about magic, maybe it's startling, but I feel that there's a definitive difference between hearing a whisper in your ear and hearing someone in your head.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, throwing that idea out there for anybody who wants to have some fun.
Little tangent, but
yeah. Soul says they have an item that will fix that communication barrier when the item gets found. Since it's a Ben 10 adventure, I want to
Ben 10
state
adventure.
that canon in Ben 10, the Omnitrix, the plumber badges were universal translator. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more of a specific alien to that. So we have to take that with a grain of salt, that a lot of this is going to be a setting specific, like
Sure.
story specific build. So we got to get some leniency against that.
At the end of the day, so far, everything that I've seen, even if it is for a specific adventure, I feel like I could use.
Yes, but
I feel like, especially because it has no lore attached to it,
the only thing as of right now, there's only two things that I'm teetering on, which is, again, I have to give it some, is the speed and the radiant necrotic. Those two things are just so far the only things where if I'm looking at this, I'm going, oh, it's a Ben 10 thing that I can. It's
you
like,
can explain it away if it's that. Otherwise, it's like
if this is hardcore D&D, I'm like, I just can't accept those two things, because again, even, like you even said, 120 is just massive. So
it's wild. It's so wild.
If it's setting specific, it's easier to accept.
But like you said, all it really means is they can get away from you and they can chase you down. Like,
which is why I'm not changing it. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Like again, knee-jerk reactions here. You got to understand that if it is going to be for setting, a lot of this stuff makes a little bit more sense that way. There is already a race that speaks telepathy only. Spelljammers, the Thraken, yep. 120-foot range. So
for telepathy?
Yeah, but that they're like a race that, like, that's their thing. Like,
that's
it's
wild,
built
though.
in. So yeah, I would say that telepathy 30 feet does seem small. But again, because this, I would say that if it's not going to be its like main thing,
it's not their only means of communication. So because it's not their only means, I don't think that's crazy.
I mean, I guess you could, again, telepathy and telepathy again is very much like, I can understand the telepathy, although it would be, I guess you could also say that, I don't know, how would you make that? You could even, under languages, you might even add like a fun little blurb that says, while fully submerged in water, they can speak Aquan up to like a mile away. Something like that, almost. You know what I mean? So in the sense of like telepathy doesn't work that far, but kind of like in the water, they can, like a whale.
I honestly feel like that should be a side effect of the language itself.
Oh, kind of like just like
anybody who speaks Aquan can speak it better in, like, it just carries better underwater.
Right.
It's meant to be underwater. Like that would be my initial mindset.
That would be interesting.
I do like that idea.
Yeah. All right, and of course we get the challenge rating of 19. So I think we know that this is on par with a challenge rating 19 so far.
Sure.
All right, so let's check out its abilities and see what this thing is all about. So first off, we have Radiation Leak. Creatures within 5 feet of the Bracklash take 1d4 necrotic damage after take 1d4 necrotic damage after 3 rounds. So it doesn't say when they take it. It just says creatures within 5 feet.
I would specify that too.
So it should be at the start or at the end of their turn.
I'd use
or enter.
What's it? Moonbeam terminology. When you enter or start your turn in there.
Yeah, enter, start your turn within 5 feet of Bracklash, take 1d4 necrotic damage. That sounds a lot better. After 3 rounds, damage increases to 1d6. Then I'm assuming another 3 rounds later, it's a 1d8. After initial 3 rounds. And so forth every 3 rounds. After 6 rounds, you must use magical means of healing to remove the necrotic damage from yourself. So it's basically, okay, so it's like radiation. It's like a radiation poisoning kind of thing.
Got you.
So it's every 3 rounds, it's just going to keep increasing by 2d8 after that.
And that kind of, and then maybe this is what Soul was talking about when they were talking about the necrotic.
Right, which is fine. So that explains.
So it's like radiation is where they're getting it.
Well, and again, I didn't mind the fact that it had necrotic, but it doesn't. To me, it's in tandem with resistance to radiance, right? Those usually aren't on the same side. So it's not that I had a problem with it being necrotic. It's just the radiance part didn't make sense on top of that.
Yeah.
So that's where, again, if this one so far makes sense, I don't mind that. But now I just don't understand the radiance side. So we'll get to that one when we get to that one. I get the idea of the radiation increasing, but I mean, it's going to take fucking forever I mean, to even get that high of radiation poisoning. But I still feel like for ease of mechanics, there should at least be a cap.
I also
Um,
want to know what the cap potentially is.
like
Like, does
honestly,
it go up every 3
that's what it says,
rounds?
and in addition, and after an additional 3 rounds, and so forth every 3 rounds. So it's
So that
supposed to
means a
continue growing.
D10, a D12, a D20.
Well, I think it's supposed to go up by 2: D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. I think it's supposed to. So what I would do personally here, just go up by a D4 for 3 rounds. So just do a D4, a D8, a D12, call it good. Just cap out at a D. I mean, that's 9 rounds.
Sure.
I just cap it at a D12. I don't think that's. I don't think it needs that, because again, at the D12 level, that's the one where you need necrotic damage help
Also,
or magical healing.
I want to know, if you leave it and come back in, does it start over at a D4, or is it, if you've taken damage at all by this, it sticks with you?
Yeah.
Now,
Like, so if I was in for 2 rounds left and came back for a round, is that 3 rounds and it goes up?
yeah,
And I think that's what it is. It's a cumulative. If I've been damaged by this radiation 3 times, it's now damaging me harder. That's how I read it, and I'm okay with that.
I also agree with that, but I would also say, if you get healed after you leave, then it starts over.
Yes. I would say I agree with that. I think that the verbiage definitely, I think, can be cleaned up with, every 3 rounds of damage, the round goes up. So
I would say something like, once healed with magical healing, it clears the radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe it would be effective if there was like a condition. Like,
just radiation leak, creatures within 5 feet become get radiation poisoning, and then all of this. So yeah, so I think that for ease of mechanics, I would like just an easier progression of damage. I think a 4, 8, 12 is fine. I mean, 3 rounds of 4, 3 rounds of 8, 3 rounds of 12. And if you've been there for 6 rounds and now you're getting a D12, I'm okay with everything after that being magically healed, like needing magical healing. Like, if you've done that,
because it kind of makes it sound like you cannot heal yourself without magical healing, which is kind of like when
after a certain point,
when your hit point maximum gets reduced. So like,
yes,
yeah, the first 6 rounds, yeah, you can heal yourself. Now, some DMs do not consider a potion of healing magical healing.
Correct. I would think that this means like a spell of like greater restoration, or cure disease, something of that
But
sort.
like, if I just cure wounds or healing word, does that still count as magical healing?
Maybe cure wounds, maybe. Lay on hands. I don't know if those are considered magical healing versus just a vial or the heal, mechanic. I don't know. So those are all good questions. I think, yeah, I think a little bit of verbiage play here, just to kind of clean it up. I think it would just be easier to cap the damage, just because this just puts work on the DM to, again, who's going to think to go that long, but you still got to keep it in mind. But I also think that just upping the damage quicker. I don't even think we need the D6 going straight to a D8, especially radiation poisoning. I'm thinking a D8 is pretty substantial, like, of a jump.
I don't necessarily mind the small steps, but I do think it should be capped quicker. So if we're trying to get up higher quicker, I agree with you. I think for ease of description, I think what would make this a lot easier is very similar to what Hecate did. Just say radiation leak. Creatures within 5 feet of Bracklash take or become infected by radiation, or whatever the case may be, get the condition of radiation poisoning on them, and then describe all of this inside of what radiation poisoning does. So
while you have radiation poisoning, when you're within 5 feet, you begin to take damage.
Right. And then
if you've taken damage 3 times, the damage goes up by a D4 for every 3 times of damage. If you've been damaged 6 times, you now need magical healing, and then an example of what you mean by magical healing.
I would say the only way to remove and or reset, and you can articulate that here, this particular type of radiation poisoning is through magical healing.
Yeah, and then
but everything else is described in the condition itself.
I agree. No, that would be,
I think it would just,
and that actually makes perfect sense, because I like the ability as radiation leak, but I do think it comes with the condition of radiation poisoning. I think that That's a cool. Honestly, especially for your setting, I think radiation poisoning makes the perfect sense to do a new thing. So, I think that would work. Radiating necrosis is honestly a sick idea. Yeah, I mean, again, radiation and necrotic, I think you could have chosen either, but I think necrotic makes the most sense for radiation poisoning. So
Sure.
I'm really glad about that one. The damage stays with you, similar to how actual radiation works, and yeah, I really do like that. Ooh, Marty even says be fine with every 3 rounds instead of every 2 rounds instead of every 3.
I like that better.
Yeah.
I like that better. And then you can even keep the 6 rounds.
Yeah.
After every 6 rounds, you need magical or whatever.
Instead of every 4 or instead, every 6 or every 4. Yeah, either one. But yeah, I definitely think I wouldn't mind increasing the damage a little bit quicker, but I also think that 3 rounds is a lot. Like, again, I don't think this is going to shine as much.
Sure.
I would like to see that ability really be more detrimental to the party.
Now, I can imagine, so I've done a lot of combats, but almost all of my combats, like, I don't think I've ever had a player above level 10 in a combat. So most of my combats aren't dragging on for like multiple rounds.
True.
So, but when you get into higher level, when you have something with 300 freaking hit points, like that combat might take a little bit.
I mean, especially if you average out about 35 hit points that you're going to be dishing out per attack, or or on average per round, maybe 35 to 50. So that's going to take you at least 6 rounds,
depending on how many people you have. Maybe not all those people are doing.
No, that's what there's the party. Every round, you can probably realistically do 35 to 50 points of damage with a good party, like on average. Honestly, so you're looking about at a really good 4 to 6 rounds, at a bad about 10. With that kind of damage output.
There are some party members, there's some singular members that could put out 50 points of damage on a single.
That's what I'm saying. Average. That's what I'm saying. On average, you're talking about like the bad rounds and the good rounds. I mean, if you're averaging 35 to 50 points and a 300. At a 300 point enemy. Yeah. 4 rounds on like someone's just massively doing it. And 6 rounds average, 10 rounds on a bad roll. Anything higher than 10 rounds, you're probably gonna lose. Or you're gonna be like, people are gonna be dead.
Yeah, we're gonna have to struggle with some stuff. I totally feel that. But yeah, and
it also depends on when you throw this at them too. This could be a uber challenge to throw at a level 11 party. Or this is just a side quest at level 19.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, this could just be one of those things you don't really know when you're getting it really is going to change how quickly you're rolling through.
Sure.
I
also kind of wouldn't mind it being 10 feet instead of 5.
I was even thinking, like, what if 10 feet to give you the radiation poisoning and 5 to do the damage? Something like I was thinking that, but that might be a little bit too much to like deal with the condition. But I don't mind that either. Like really letting it just be this whole.
Because I mean, still pretty much only the people that are get hit by that are the people that want to be in melee.
Oh, actually, right? You know what? No, I got a better one. So radiation leak is 5 foot. That's just a basic ability. I wouldn't even mind in
radiation surge or something like that.
This is probably too much, but what if when the creature reaches 50%, radiation leak goes at 10 feet. And then like when it's at 25%, it goes to 15. So as you damage it and damage the armor, more. It's literally.
I kind of like that.
Because the more you damage it, the worse the situation gets.
This is a boss creature, man. Heck yeah, dude. Like,
I don't know if that feels bad because it could feel bad because like if you're slogging through it, it's actually kind of getting harder. But if you slap it, like again, like the guys are saying in chat, if you're doing 100 points of damage right out the gate, if you crit him and do 150 points of damage, and that would be kind of cool. He becomes more dangerous. So I could see both sides of it being that it gets worse as he gets more damaged. The condition doesn't change. None of this changes. It's just that his aura. So yes, just started at 5, at 50% it's 10, and at 25% it's 15 now. And that just basically means that he's like literally a walking just bomb, kind of
wild. Gives me Fallout vibes.
Why doesn't the damage just increase based on health? I could see that. I use that for creatures based off energy who have a set of armor that's meant to contain the radiation since it's a full radiant energy. Oh, okay. So the other ideas there, but yeah. I think this would also be an opportunity because again, just that mechanic deserves to be played with. So I think the idea of making it worse as it gets damaged is kind of a cool concept. But yeah, I love the idea. I love the radiation leak. I'm in full agreement though. Write this up with an accompanying condition, and all of this could be easier to write out in the condition.
Sure.
And I think it deserves a condition. And in the setting, the whole concept seems to deserve some extras like that. Let's see. Other abilities, we have Amphibious. The Backlash can breathe air and water. Totally
cool.
Expected that, actually. I wasn't even thinking about that earlier, but expected that. Echolocation, the Backlash can't use its blind sight while deafened.
So
interesting. Okay, so its blind sight essentially is echolocation.
It's like Daredevil, yeah, exactly. Like if you screw with his ears, you're really screwing with his ability.
That's interesting that blind sight. Wait, so D&D is echolocation not an option in D&D?
It's not its own thing. It's not like
a feat or anything.
It's not separate from tremor sense or
really
blind
should be though, because the way that blind sight reads,
I get it because it's heightened senses.
But no, it is because creatures without eyes, such as ooze, and creatures with echolocation have this sense.
Yes.
So okay, so it's
just covering more than just echolocation. It's echolocation,
right?
Plus.
Echolocation is just sound. Blind sight is you can sense someone move and the air flows through the. Okay, okay. So that's okay. That's the big difference. Is one and echolocation is your sound allowing you to see the environment. So blind sight blind sight won't let you see a table in the room. Echolocation would. Echolocation lets you know there's a coffee cup on the table. Blind sight lets you know the coffee cup fell off the table.
So that's the question. If echolocation is encompassed in blind sight, then wouldn't blind sight let you know that there's a table in the room?
No, because echolocation is the idea of you hear the bouncing of sound and you can do a mental image off the sound. Blind sight is other senses of things like movement and direction. Again, someone could move and not make a sound, but you would feel the air shift in the room.
So that's you read out the description for blind sight and it included echolocation.
Creatures with echolocation have blind sight, but they are not the same thing. So that's what I'm saying. Is like echolocation would give you like details of physical objects in the room that aren't moving. Blind sight would not. Blind sight does not let you know that things are in the room if they're not moving.
I totally agree with you, and I just was under the impression that blind sight is basically encompassing everything that echolocation encompasses and other things, because blind sight is I
think it covers other things, but I don't think it covers echolocation. I think echolocation and it are two separate things that have a lot of overlap. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a semantic thing.
It's honestly just the way 5th edition treats it. And like that is what I'm talking about. I think 5th edition treats it like, I agree with what you're saying, that echolocation and blind sight are two different things. But I think 5th edition treats it as if it were the same thing.
Yeah. That's why I just don't like it, because that doesn't make sense to me to have them as the same thing. But if they are kind of in tandem, then yeah, that makes fine. Okay, so this one again, and we already talked about that too. I think tremor sense would be enough for this creature. In that case,
do you feel like their ability to see without sight should be removed when they are deafened? Because that's basically what this is saying. And if we make the adjustment that we made earlier and basically make that point moot.
Exactly. And that's what I honestly think that this should be moot, because again, when thinking about echolocation, I honestly think echolocation deserves to be more for something that's like a flying creature. And so since this is more of the water based, I like tremor sense. It feels much more well-rounded. And like I said before, I think blind sense echolocation is unnecessary with this creature. And I don't necessarily think that this creature, because I like the idea that if it has tremor sense, we know that it can hear, right? Because it can communicate. But I don't necessarily think that it relies on its hearing. So I actually kind of don't mind it not having to worry about being deaf. So again, I think or in this particular case, I think tremor sense for this creature is better and suits it better for situations.
I don't disagree that tremor sense is better, but I really like the idea of being able to take away its blind sight, taking away its ability to see without sight.
Yeah.
I think that there should be a way to do that, even if it's not deafening. Like I feel like maybe if they take fire damage, maybe they just they're because the way I kind of view tremor sense is like you're feeling the reverberations of the waves off of your body or whatever.
You just want to be able to way to take that away from it.
At least temporarily, temporarily blind them in some sort of way, shape, or form. Because I think that is a very cool mechanic that should be added into this fight. I feel like that would make this combat way more dynamic. And I like that this is included in here for that reason. And so I think finding a way to keep it, even if we do shift blind sight to tremor sense more permanently, I think that feature should be something that's included as well, if possible.
Okay,
but I definitely see what you're saying, and I agree that these different mentalities should be separated and shouldn't be treated the same.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea that because this thing is so weighted that you kind of want a way to go against it, but I'm also like under the impression of get it out of the water and you severely weaken it, right? So yes, it has that heightened sense in the water, but for me, it's kind of like it kind of deserves that. But to be able to take away that big ability, or one of its big abilities in a sense, like one of its mainstays.
Yes, but that's why I feel like it should be temporary, like for a round, for a turn, not like for the whole combat.
Exactly. I mean, I would rule similar to if you were on land, if you had something like the like a earthquake spell or some kind of way to make turbulent water, I can understand, you know what I mean? Like I would definitely agree that I wouldn't mind being able to disorient it kind of temporarily.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like being able to ground a dragon quickly. I mean, I don't necessarily agree that you should just, first round of the fight be able to cut a dragon's wings off.
Sure.
But it's not bad to do like a gravity spell or some kind of spell to just ground it real quick. I kind of get like being able to not let this thing have its full movement speed or cut it off from its senses really quickly to disorient it. I think that should be done. How to do that without creating a new ability though is the hard thing. So I think that's where also Soul was trying to get at with like the squid ink, trying to give it some sort of
I agree
deterrence. I just don't think squid ink was the right way to go, but now I'm starting to understand like we wanted to just be able to, it obviously has to have some sort of natural, something had to make a natural
some
defense
sort of
against
ink
it.
spell.
But you know what I mean? Like everything has to have some creature that developed a defense against it, right? So I think that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
At some point, something has to defend against this. So what would it have been, right?
And how would it have gone about it?
Because obviously something wouldn't be faster than this. Like you don't evolve to be faster than this thing. It evolved to be faster than you.
Yeah.
So the only way for you to get away from it is for it not to know where you are. So how do you, how do you move without?
How do you make that happen?
Moving. Yeah, that would be really interesting. Okay. So yeah, so if we're keeping the blind side, if we do end up keeping it, then the echolocation being deafened does make sense.
Sure.
But again, I ain't that worried about it because this thing has tremor sense. So blind it, deafen it, it's still gonna know where you are.
I mean,
if you're close
as written, it's only 10 feet of blind sight. So, or 10 feet of tremor sense.
Yeah.
So, yes, it could still see, but you had to get way closer for it to see you. So you're cutting off a good portion of its vision with this. And so you're not like completely screwing it over. It can still fight in melee combat, but it might not do as well in ranged combat or whatever the case may be.
Sure.
But I don't even know if this thing has ranged attack. So we'll see what ends up happening. But it does have some innate spell casting, so it's got to be able to do something.
Marty, as a alternative mindset to the fact that the Trask has back spikes, therefore it indicates it had something that hunted it. As an alternative, that also could be due to where it resides. Since it does reside in the middle of a planet, the spikes could be helpful for cave-ins and things of that sort as it moves around or as it just. I mean,
that same logic could be used against Godzilla. Does Godzilla have a natural predator because
or
it's got spikes?
Swimming? Yeah, are they fins? Are they spikes or are they fins? So yeah, I do like that idea that thinking about a Tarask having something that hunts it, but sometimes not everything is, uh, specifically designed for combat. Some things are utility. I mean, some dinosaurs had giant, basically like hammer tails that could be used for combat, but could also just be used for clearing out, trees or something like that, like knocking over a heavy tree. So
Very much so.
I always kind of look at sometimes there could be utility, but I do like that idea. I like the idea that could be like a really badass quote. Imagine that you throw a Trask at your party or allow them to have one in your campaign and they take it down and they're all celebrating. And then you just have that one ominous like NPC who just like is just like stoic and just like not impressed. And then they're just like, what's wrong? And they're just like, you ever wonder why a Trask has spikes? You ever wonder whatever hunted a Trask and what it was stopping? Like you kind of give that quote of like what hunted that and what was it protecting us against? And then they just walk away in the distance and you're just like, wait a minute, was a Tarask actually our protector? Like that's a badass line to just leave the party with.
Dude, you know how a lot of people are talking about being able to like kill Tarasks like super quickly when you're high enough level, this and that. Imagine you give them like 4 or 5 Tarasks that they're fighting up against, and those 4 or 5 Tarasks were there to keep this one thing in check.
Mm-hmm.
And now you took out all the Tarasks. You're like, yeah, we did.
But it does go to.
No,
I mean,
no.
it's a great question. Why
Sure,
does
sure.
an apocalyptic creature have defensive spikes?
Because I mean, someone's got to be on top of the food chain. Like, it's got to be somebody. Like, how high are you gonna go?
That's what I'm saying. But what are the spikes for? Like, what is it? What did it grow the spikes for? If it's not utility, if it wasn't to help dig or protect from cave-ins, what utility does it have?
Because I wanted to be a roly poly.
But then again, you could also go
Or a
back to the
Beyblade.
whole, what if a Tarask was like, what if a Tarask was, oh, here's a good lore thing. A Tarask was the last mortal creature in the time before time when like dragons ruled, like when dragons created everything, like in the D&D lore, before like all of this is. So dragons think they're so old. What if
Sure.
the Tarask, like, imagine if we found like, a preserved dragon or a dinosaur today. Like literally, this was the bare minimum. So what we think of as an apocalyptic creature, what if dragons look at it and go, oh yeah, that used to be pets back when
Sure.
the first mortals roamed. So we just think it's this, crazy thing. And to them, it's like, that was just an everyday thing. Like that was the time before time. Don't worry about it.
Squirrel.
Like we have like, we have evidence of like mosquitoes that were like the size of, a car.
Yeah.
Just imagine like that to us is terrifying. And then imagine back then they were like, oh, that's normal. Don't worry about that.
Man. Gosh. Are you tripping?
Imagine a party having to track a Tarask that's destroying towns and cities. Turns out it was running away. Ooh, the Tarask was running away from something.
Scary.
Because that would be a great opening to a campaign. Like the whole campaign is that there's been rumblings, there's been earthquakes, there's been volcanoes, and then they the party finally gets to where they need to be. The big reveal, Tarask like bursts out, and it's like, oh my god, it's the apocalypse. And again, that's like the whole lore. You lean into this whole thing of like the Tarask is the apocalypse creature. It's the sign of the apocalypse. You do all this thing, and then it leaves. It bursts out. It does all its destruction. But then instead of like what you think is it's just continuing its rampage, but as you track it, you're realizing it's not rampaging, it's running. And then you find out, like, you twist the lore to say it is the apocalypse creature, meaning it's the sign of the apocalypse, but it isn't the cause of the apocalypse. Yeah. So imagine that, it breaking out and you thinking, oh, it's causing it. Be like, no, the apocalypse is on its way, it's running from the that would be such a weird way of like just throwing your entire party off of there is something worse, and this thing was just the alarm clock. This isn't the threat. This is just your alarm clock. Oh man, I might have to think about that for High Point. That could be fucking crazy. A Tarask is just the
scary
cosmic, like, because once a Tarask like bursts out of whatever planet it's in, can you imagine just all the guards go on alert or all the gods go on alert? And it's just that's the cosmic alarm clock. Let's go. What would we hit? All right,
guys, gotta get ready.
Hitting the snooze button on the Tarask. Go back to sleep. Oh yeah, that's always a good way to set up a good BBEG too. Is have it kill the strongest thing your players have ever fought. Like have them go and they think they're gonna go fight the Tarask and it's already dead.
Yep.
Like that's some scary shit. All right. Moving on with the Bracklash, though. Innate spellcast. Oh, we get innate spellcasting.
Yes.
The Bracklash innate spellcasting ability is a charisma save DC 19 plus 11.
So plus 11 is specifically
to
its
hit with
attacks.
spell attacks.
It's
Gotcha.
got the DC of 19 and a plus 11 to hit.
Let's see. It can innately cast the following spells requiring no material components. At will, it can shape water. Totally makes sense.
Cantrip.
Air bubble.
Air bubble is actually a second level spell.
You create a the head of a creature that goes filled with fresh air. Oh, okay. So this is basically like if it has, it's kind of like it's almost like its own role play ability. Basically, it's like its diplomatic aspect. If it has a friend or someone wants to speak to, it's not. That actually makes me think that it's giving you a chance to not be combat. Like imagine
to diplomat.
Like imagine like I see that, and immediately what I'm thinking of is like you accidentally like go into its lair into a lake or something, and you run into it, and then it gives you a chance at like you're about to die, and it like does the bubble and it speaks to you, and whether or not
does it say whether it requires concentration or how long it lasts?
Bubble is 24 hours.
Does not require concentration. It's 24 hours. Because then you could just snap its finger and give it to whoever it wants to.
Yeah. Oh, you can, and at third level or higher, you can create 2 additional slots for each level above 2. So third, you get 2. Fourth,
well,
you get
it's
2
using
more.
it like it's a cantrip, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's just gonna.
No, these are at will. So yeah, so that makes me feel like you could easily use this as like a opportunity to like with mini dragons, like talk your way out.
Sure.
I don't know what keeps going on with music. I don't know when music died, but whatever.
Rude.
Ray of Frost is
another cantrip.
Interesting. Not what I would have expected, but okay. I know it's immune to cold. I wasn't really expecting a cold spell.
The deal is when it comes to water attacks, what type of damage do water attacks do? I mean, traditionally you could say bludgeoning damage, but I think in a lot of the times D&D terms, when they look at any sort of like water spells, the majority of them end up doing cold damage.
Okay.
And so I think that's just the leaning that 5th edition has gone towards, like aquatic type stuff.
That's fair. Okay. Let's see. And then 3 times per day each, you get Ice Knife, Thunder Wave, and Water Gun. I like that little.
Right.
I'm assuming that's a custom spell.
Yeah. So if you look,
just Water Gun. Yeah. Okay.
Have...
Shoots a jet of pressurized water in a line 60 feet. Creatures must see a DC 20 or take 54 cold damage, or half as much as on a save.
So it's kind of like a lightning bolt almost.
Yeah. You know, honestly,
12d8. Actually, let me look at lightning bolt.
Actually, hold on. I want to look at something real quick because there might be something that we can add to that.
8d6. That's a lot more than lightning bolt.
So I'm gonna throw this out there for you, Soul, as an option for Water Gun. I don't know if you specifically have dedicated this to being a sea creature, or if this is just any water-based creature. I don't know if you care, but I would say even have this as an option. You get Water Gun and then in parentheses saltwater gun, and then you can choose if you're a freshwater or saltwater based.
Sure.
So the freshwater gives you cold damage. Mm-hmm. But if you remember one of my favorite spells, I mean, this one's a 4th level spell, so 3 times per day would be worth it. But one of my favorite spells, Blight. And if you think about it, super ultra condensed, briny saltwater could also effectively do the same thing as Blight because of osmosis and the salt content. It could just suck out all your water because Blight is necromantic energy that washes over a creature of your choice, draining the moisture and vitality from it.
Interesting.
So I'm just looking at this Water Gun and I'm just thinking, like, can you imagine? I just hit you with such salty water, it literally draws the moisture out of your body, right? And you're shriveling while you're soaking wet, but you're dehydrated. Like, it's cool. Like, I was just saying, like, I wouldn't mind having this as an option where if you wanted to be freshwater, you get cold damage, or if you wanted to be a saltwater based, you would have like because we already saw the necrotic aspect.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind adding that a little bit more. So not necessary, but as another
So I do have
alternative.
2 questions about water gun though. Number 1, I'm not sure what type of saving throw they have to make because it just says creatures must succeed a DC 20 saving throw. But 2, why is it a DC 20 instead of their spell save DC 19 that they have?
Yeah, I don't know why it would be any further. I don't know. You'll have to ask see if Soul will give that for you.
Yeah, so if you can let us know what type of saving throw. I'm
Dex
assuming
saves. They're all dex saves.
they're
He
all
just
dex
said,
saves?
yeah, he said all of the spells are dex saves.
Okay. And then that's what I would assume traditionally. And then I would also assume anything without a swim speed would have disadvantage on that deck save. But also, why is the saving throw specifically for water gun different than the um the spell save DC for the spellcaster themselves? So
Yeah.
because you outlined they have a DC 19 save, right? But now for this particular spell, we're not using it.
Yeah, yeah. We also get Ice Wall once per day, which is basically Firewall, but I guess
Flavored as ice, yeah.
Okay. I think there could have been other options that could have been better than Ice Wall, but I'm not too upset with that. And then with Whirlpool, we get when you cast a spell, all creatures besides yourself in the range are sucked into a giant whirlpool. Each creature must see strength saving throw 21 or take 55 cold and 55 force. If they succeed, they take half. They must make a save throw once per round on each of your turns. The spell ends on your next turn. The whirlpool cannot be escaped. The spell does not affect flying creatures. So it's interesting that this, like, I mean, so you don't have to be in water. I think that should be in water.
Yeah.
I don't know if this should be able to be done on land. That's a lot of damage. I mean, I know it's only once per day.
Strength saving throw.
And it's only once per combat, but that's still.
Is that the DC 21?
Each creature must succeed on a strength saving throw 21. Yeah. DC 21 or take 110 damage.
I would also say it says each creature within the spell's range. What is the range?
Oh yeah, it doesn't say. So we need a range. And I would also say too is that depending on the radius of this thing, all creatures affected should be pulled into like this center by like 10 feet. Like not everyone to the center, but if this is like a 30 foot
anybody
radius,
who fails their save
or fails their save is pulled
sure.
in. Like you can't escape it, but if you fail your save, you should be pulled to the center. That's the idea of what the whirlpool is doing. So I would definitely say that you could like cast it at distance and then like try to basically like force everyone into a spot.
Sure.
I like that idea.
Unless it's one of those things where it casts it on itself and it just brings everything into it. Because it wants it to be hit by that little radiation.
And I'm totally fine with it bringing it in if it's cast on itself, but we don't know. It just says, yeah, when you cast a spell, all creatures beside yourself in range are sucked into the whirlpool. So when it says beside yourself, I'm assuming that's not centered on you. But if it is centered on you, then I like
I would kind of it to me makes sense that it is centered on you, because if I'm already in the middle, like what's there to get sucked into?
Well, as I'm saying, but the fact that it says you're not affected, I just mean that it's kind of a moot point, because saying you're not affected implies that I could be. If I'm at the center, I kind of already assume I'm not affected by it, but semantics, right? It's that's not really a D&D thing. That's just how you read things. Let's see. So I can see the whirlpool being a recharge ability being very powerful. Yeah. We don't know what the range is just yet. As for DC, Kage, the wording came from their DM, despite having told them the DC save said about having the DC 20. Oh, okay, so I think that's just a change that someone else their DM wanted them to make.
Oh, interesting.
I can see the whirlpool being recharge. Whirlpool. What's going on, Destructor? Whirlpool can't be escaped. Full stop. Or I can't even Misty Step out of that thing. Not even a wish can save you. Also, do you take damage each time you fail the saving throw? I'm assuming the idea is it's one saving throw per round, and it's only going to be up for 2 rounds. So each round
is it up for 2 rounds?
Well, yeah, because it says it goes up, and then it says they must succeed They must make a saving throw once per round on each of your turns. The spell ends on your next turn, so it's going to be up for 2 turns.
Okay.
So it goes up. Everyone makes a saving throw for the damage, and then the next turn they have to make a saving throw. So this thing is attempting to throw out 220 damage for 2 rounds. Over 2 rounds.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
110 damage twice to anyone it touches.
I mean, that's a nice once a day.
That's a hell of a one. I would not want that on a recharge. That's so much damage. If you could recharge that and do that twice, that's devastating.
Especially if at the end of it, you can get a significant number of the creatures that thought they were outside of your range within your melee, get them affected by that that poisoned condition or that radiation leak.
This thing is guaranteed. No, you know what really sucks? This thing is guaranteed to do 110 damage, period. Because you can only take half damage on a save, and you're making 2 saves, period, because you can't leave it.
With the exception of monks and rogues. They both have the... Oh, wait, it's a strength saving throw.
And you can't leave the whirlpool. So you are guaranteed, if this thing goes off and you're in it, you have to roll twice, and you are taking damage twice.
Now,
you are taking a minimum 110.
Says you can't leave... The whirlpool cannot be escaped. I would say that doesn't include things like Dimension Door and Teleportation and Misty Step. If I can Misty Step out of its range, if then I feel like I could get out of it.
I would say that I think escape means physically. You can't leave the space. You can't use your movement. I'm okay with certain things pulling you out, but just as written, the intent is when I pull this off as a DM, I fully intend to bare minimum do 110 damage to every player I can catch. Minimum. So keep that in mind when you, as a DM, throw this at your players. It's once a day, but if you catch the entire party, everyone's bare minimum 110 damage.
And imagine you got all your melee fighters on me, right? They've been beating on me. There's like 2 or 3 of them. You got a party of 5. All right, 2 are up here. The rest are 3 range. They're all off the back. I got 120 movement speed. I book my butt over to all your squishy casters that are in the back, and I drop my whirlpool right on top of them, suck them all in, do at least 110 points of damage.
Up to 100 or 220.
And then hit them with my radiation leak, and then they are all wounded, if not dead. I think that is beautifully strategic.
It's devastating.
It's devastating. It's very challenging. Again, it very much indicates the type of level you want to put
I would almost
this.
I would almost because of that's a lot of guaranteed damage. Because again, there's very rarely you get guaranteed damage twice in a row. So what I would almost say is the only thing that I could say without changing everything is instead of saying the whirlpool can't be escaped, what if while in the whirlpool, regardless of your save, while in the whirlpool, your movement is 5? That basically means unless you were so lucky that when they cast this, you're at the edge, you're not going to leave it. Because you're going to be around there for 2 rounds. So you're going to take the damage twice if you're not on the edge. But maybe if you're on the edge, you have a chance to get out. I guess again, we don't know how big this thing is.
I do also like the idea that somebody like a monk and a rogue can do things like dash and like increase their movement speed. So if they have at least a base of 5,
they can do 10.
They can do 10. They might be able to get 15, whatever the case may be.
Right.
Like they have a small chance.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot.
That's so much damage.
So true.
I mean, again, it's just that it's so rare to see something that's basically guaranteed to do that much damage twice.
I will say it is still technically a roll, so it could be a minimum of, because if you get all 1s on all your d10s, that is going to be 20 damage. So a total of 40 damage.
I mean, that's well, yeah. If you roll for the damage versus just take the standard. So I mean, if you roll, it could be better, but still, it's just
yay pain.
Yay pain.
You know what I mean? That's just the thing. It just feels like it's a lot of guaranteed damage.
Sure.
That immediately makes me not want to throw this against anybody under like level 13. Like
Sure.
level 13,
Sure.
I feel would be the bare minimum. I would want this challenge to go out because if you're under level 10, that alone could hit TPK. Like I could start the battle with that and damn near TPK
Yep.
a level 7 party.
Yep.
So you don't want that. You don't want this thing to be able to TPK right out the gate.
Imagine being ambushed by this thing. Imagine not knowing this thing is around, and then it's just you guys are just lottie dying all together and just swoop, drop, dead. Like,
yeah, like it could be so quick. So that's.
But again, I think that it depends on how you as a DM want to play this thing. I feel like I would use this more as a guardian, something you know you're going up against. It's not out here to hunt you down and kill you. It's out here to protect something.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really love that concept, that attitude. And I think that using it that way as a DM would kind of stop you from doing things like ambushing your party with this or just going out to just immediately like uber bonk them. And what's its intelligence? It's smart-ish, right?
18. It's hella smart.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily going to drop its most powerful thing out the gate if it doesn't have to, especially if it only gets one a day.
So the whirlpool is a 15-foot radius.
15-foot radius.
Yeah.
So
that's 30 fucking feet, man.
yes.
That's
now the question is,
it's a very big area.
Do you have to cast it on yourself, or can you cast it away from yourself?
Don't know that part just yet. The way I read it, it seems like you can cast it at distance, but if you can only cast it on yourself, again, like you were saying, with the radiation and the main, like that thing,
I would
it's a
say
lot.
15-foot radius is not as scary as I thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
If it were a 20-foot radius, I'd be a little bit more worried.
Mm-hmm.
15-foot radius, I'm kind of okay with, because any two players that are more than 30 feet apart from each other, one will get hit and one will be okay.
Mm.
Right? And so when you do what you're doing, and again, I imagine that this is something that the players know they're going to be going up against, depending on how much information they can get about this thing, depending on how much they can know about this thing. Maybe they know about the whirlpool ahead of time. And so they're like, yo, we got to position ourselves so that we're not all getting hit by this thing when it does come up against us, right?
So we got a few good comments in chat as well. So Marty's making some good points. Wizards, even with a +3 con and max health, and since most of them don't have any strength bonuses 90% of the time, they're probably never going to save. So most wizards probably going to be devastated by that, if not outright TPK'd. Hecate brings up a good point too. Interesting idea here. Letting that ability, the whirlpool, recharge, but dropping the damages to a 5d8 for both sides. So letting it recharge, but then dropping the damage. I can kind of see how that would do. Good question from Hecate as well. Can the whirlpool be dispelled? Since it's a spell.
It is a spell.
It's only up for one turn. I mean, it's going to hit you for twice. So you could prevent the second one.
Theoretically, because all of these things say innate spell casting, all of them could be counterspelled.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, specifically what level each of these are. Like, most of them have levels, but Water Gun and Whirlpool do not. Water Gun feels like it's at least a 3rd level spell, if not higher. Water Gun is way more damage than Lightning Bolt at 3rd level.
And we don't know what spell Whirlpool is or anything else like that. So
so
it can be dispelled though. So at least once it's up. So there's a thing. Yeah. I don't know. So it's a hell of it's definitely deserving of once per day as written. Like It's just, again, that double guarantee, no save out, just you're gonna be taking that much damage. It's I'm putting this up against at least my my level 13, 14 players. Like I've gotta
agreed.
They've gotta be able to handle.
But I would say, to be honest, if I'm looking at a lot of these 19 CRs, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree that 19 CR is not something you want to put at a level 10.
And that's what, because I'm just saying that, like, my best melee character needs to be able to handle Whirlpool max damage. Like my main tank, whoever's in the party, whether that's the paladin or the barb, whoever the tank is, they need to be able to step in and take max damage from that
to the face,
and just not shake it off. They don't have to have 600 points of damage.
It'd be nice if they weren't bloody.
If they have at least 300, like at bare minimum, they've got to have at least 300 because that's still over 100 points. They'll be bloodied, but they'll be standing. And that's my only issue with that is like if they take that full 220 and they're taking down my tanks, this thing is too powerful. You know what I mean? I could be okay with it taking down the sorcerer or the wizard or the healer.
Sure.
But if it's taking down your tank in one go, it's probably too powerful for the party.
Sure.
And that's just kind of how I generally judge things is you kind of look at who's it meant to be strong against and who's it meant to be weak against.
Yeah.
And this thing doesn't have a lot of things it's weak against.
And
like air creatures are the only thing that this thing is weak against right now. And all it has to do is dive. And then and
for the most part, it's not really messing. Now, the only time I can see this working is like, imagine you're in a boat and it comes to meet you at the surface. And so it's fighting with you, like kind of at the surface, but also in the water type deal.
Yeah.
Right. And then maybe you got some flying creatures above it. Maybe you can turn that whirlpool into a water spout. So it actually comes up out the water, but it's not supposed to affect flying creatures. So,
yeah. And again, from Marty, 21 strength saves, most casters, even with nat 20s, because not every DM considers that a guaranteed success,
sure.
Even by official rules. So, and they have a paladin warlock, a 15th level paladin warlock. This would kill that character.
Again, I'm telling you, I really think that I don't know why there are separate DCs.
That was brought up in chat a couple times.
Give it your spell save DC, like all of these.
I think the problem, and Soul Plays re-explain this one because I wasn't 100% sure what you meant, but this has something to do with what their DM was talking about. So they brought this to their DM, and that's why I'm also really curious. I don't necessarily understand. Are they running this situation for you, Soul, and you're building everything and they're going to run it? Or are you planning on running this? Because you said your DM
just giving you advice
on that? Is just your standard DM giving you advice to DM it differently? Because I don't know why they would have told you to change up the DCs. I honestly, it doesn't make much sense that they have multiple DCs. It kind of should be standardized, I think. I think it would just read better. So,
yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think as it is.
Oh, okay, just bouncing off ideas, right? Yeah, so it's just another source like us.
Sure.
So yeah, I think it's right once per day. I think my only thing is if there's no way to get out of it, it feels like it's a lot of damage, guaranteed. If there's at least some way to get out, I mean, I know it's still you roll. I know that's still. I mean, again, we're talking about 20 D10, and if the lowest you could get is 20. So I know that would kind of feel bad, but the likelihood of that happening, this thing's going to be probably pumping out some damn good damage.
Yeah.
So I think that's just it. I think it just feels because it's guaranteed. And again, even if there was a chance to get out of it, maybe that's why it just doesn't feel as right. Because it sucks to suck. Like if you're in the bubble, there's nothing you can do about it. Like unless someone has Dispel, if it gets the spell off, you're just like, well, I hope I make my saves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like if you're in it, and it doesn't really say what. It says it's inescapable, but it doesn't say whether or not I can move while I'm in it. Can I attack while I'm in it? Like I'm in it for 2 rounds, and all it says is I can't escape. But what else happens in it, right? I think we need a little bit more context of.
I like the idea, and again, this might be a little bit too complicated. It might just add more saves and all this extra stuff, but I like the idea that your speed is 0 unless you pass an additional strength save on your turn. So it's like, hey. You do the strength save or else you get sucked in. I get sucked in. Does it say how far? Are you going all the way to the middle?
It doesn't say you get sucked in. I suggested that it should move you in. This just says you can't escape it, but there is no movement on your part. You just take damage.
Oh, so the strength save is just to take damage or not?
Yeah,
oh,
it's just period taking damage.
Then I would say you have to succeed on that same strength save again on your turn in order to move. And if you succeed, you're moving at half speed out of it.
Gotcha.
If you're moving towards it, I'm not gonna lie, I would almost give you double speed.
Oh, moving towards the center.
Moving towards the center, I would give you like double speed. If that's the thing you want to do,
Ooh.
but then, you know,
A level, Marty's doing the math for us. A level 19 barbarian max damage, it would go down. If the DM got a 19th level barbarian and rolled max damage.
now max damage is 10d10, or no, is 20d10.
Yeah.
So what is that? Should be easy math.
It's 400 points.
Yeah.
Or 20 d10s is 200 points. Yeah. That's 200 points of damage. But wait a second. No. No, yeah. Yeah. It's 200 points of damage. Twice. So it's up to 400 points of damage.
Yeah.
Just again, not unsavable, but unstoppable. That is up to 400 points of unstoppable damage. So that's I think that's where I'm getting caught up on, is just knowing that, like, if this goes off, that's just it. You're just rolling damage. And the fact that it's I'm just trying to figure out, like, I can't articulate exactly what it is, but there's just something about it that just makes it feel unfair. It's not broke. Well, I mean, I guess that's the same thing as broken. You know what I mean? It doesn't immediately represent as OP, but as I mold it in my head, every time I think about rolling this out, it's just that's really devastating. It just does so much.
Yeah.
And remember, this is per character. It's not like it's an accumulative amount of damage that's spread out.
Yeah.
So that's a 6 party member.
Everyone's taking that same damage.
And again, there's a lot of AoE spells.
He still hasn't
there.
answered whether it has to be cast on him or not.
No. Yeah, Soul, can you let us know? Is this centered on the caster, or can the caster
cast it at range?
Cast it at range. So yeah, I don't think I think what did we say in chat earlier? A 5d8. I think dropping it to a 5d8 would make it feel a lot better. And 5d8, I'd even let it reset. Like reset on a 5 or 6 kind of thing.
5d8 of each.
Yeah, 5. So knock it down to 5d8 instead of 10d10, and then of each types of damage. But then it could it is centered on the caster.
It is
so it would be nice to know whether or not, if you're being forced to move towards the caster, that would also make more sense. But yeah, so I would say that I would also like to see the verbiage of, maybe if instead of it not being escapable, like, I can understand it being not escapable, but like some sort of, if you do nothing, you get moved to the center, but you can challenge to move towards the edge. So even though you can't leave it, because you're swimming at the edge and it's basically pulling you, so you can never leave it, but at least you can keep distance from the enemy and not become poisoned, kind of thing. So yeah, I see a value in being able to fight the current. That also sounds like a nice idea. I love
the ability. I think it needs some play to be balanced for what it is, because I do think that damage is a massive amount. I do appreciate that it's only once with this amount of damage. If I still think, again, we're still on innate spellcasting. We still haven't even gotten to its actual attacks and or abilities.
I know, right? Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is this is crazy, and this isn't even what it's like designed to do. This is just something that it can do.
Yes. So I think that I honestly feel like this particular ability feels more like an attack rather than a spell.
It's like a legendary action almost, but those can be spammed. But you know what I mean? Or like a layer action or whatever. Like
lightweight layer action, yes,
because those are like one-time things, right?
I mean, not always. A lot of the times, layer actions, they happen like every round.
Oh, gotcha.
So it does feel like kind of like something that if you lessened it, I could see it being something that recharges. Otherwise, once a day is fine. Yeah, I definitely like what it does. I definitely like that it's centered on yourself. I think that a 15-foot range is decent. You know, it's mostly for anything that gets too close to it.
Yeah.
Or you running up and getting some group of people that are in a cluster.
And this is only if we wanted, this is only if we wanted to make this thing like super damaging too. Because, I mean, I know it says once per day, but I mean, hell, even on the even lowering this to 3 times per day and just saying like Whirlpool is a, a 10-foot diameter spot where anybody caught in it, movements to 0 for 2 turns. You know what I mean? So it's almost just like you could just be like, hey, you two, don't move. Like, you're in my water. I'm just going to put a whirlpool between you two enemies or whatever, and I'm just going to make sure you can't move closer to me for right now.
Sure.
Or you're trying to move away from me, and I'm like, no, whirlpool. I'm going to suck you back in. That could be an alternative that you could do more often. But yeah, it's just teetering on it's either just too powerful or it's just. I don't want to. I feel like it does belong across 2 turns. I think it really just is just too much damage. I think just lower the damage. Even for, because what level spell is this supposed to be equivalent to?
It doesn't say, but I would say with this kind of damage, this is lightweight meteor swarm damage, which is almost a 9th level spell.
Even Ice Wall at once per day is only a 4th. So it's like, is it justifiable to give it, something like a 9th level spell?
20 well, no, Meteor Swarm is double. So Meteor Swarm is 20d6 and 20d6. So it's 40d6 for Meteor Swarm, and that's only one. Although, actually, yeah, that is Meteor Swarm damage. It with d6s instead of d10s.
Yeah.
That's basically Meteor Swarm damage.
Hecate says that their Ice Monarch could survive it. Marty keeps doing the math on. Marty says that the only thing that can survive that max damage is a bear totem barbarian with a +5 constitution and the tough feat. Like, you need all of that, but then Hecate says that their Ice Monarch could do it. So Soul wants a showdown.
Well, the question is, does your Ice Monarch get innate like cold resistance?
Yeah,
or
that's why. I think it's just because it's all the cold damage. They could survive it purely because of the cold damage.
Wild.
I should just bring the Avery bot into the Discord so we can just like set up like a little arena room where people can just upload stuff like this.
Dude, I would have a world of a time customizing a lot of these.
Maybe we'll work on that. Maybe we'll try to do like something where y'all can actually like take your builds and fight each other with them.
That's the other thing I've been trying to work on, is setting up where I can do Discord games with my players, because I can't meet as often as I would like, so getting that set up would be helpful. So I know you and Lucifer both have actually run sessions full Discord.
Oh yeah.
So
and there's so much you can do. There's so much you can customize. So
there really is. So
I think we'll try that. I think we're gonna definitely try to see if we can get something working in Discord so y'all can like actually battle your
I think
builds.
that'd be imagine
cool.
We just had a channel where people just go in there and like,
honestly
battle.
Maybe I'll try to set it up for this Friday. Maybe that'd be one of the challenges, and maybe that will just be a part of that'll be the official additive to the Discord as we actually do that.
That would be clean.
Hecate looked it up. A CR22 ancient green dragon, their breath weapon won't even max out that damage. So just trying to understand like equivalency of what this thing can do. So it is so Soul's confirming it is a 9th level spell, even though on the spell description it says it's a 10th level spell.
So is this an actual spell somewhere?
I don't know. He didn't send it with the actual homebrew. So
no, yeah, it was just a blurb in the description. So okay.
So yeah, we'll have to think about that.
I guess I should have looked it up to see if a
CR26 monster, godlike devil, has the its ability does only average 44 damage.
I'm so mad I do not have my computer with me right now. I'd be holding on to all this. I'm so mad.
It happens that way. Okay. So I think it's just the problem is this one spell feels like it's just a TPK waiting to happen. That's the problem. And if this isn't done early, this is guaranteed a TPK move, because all you have to be is a couple, rounds.
I would say if you can get everyone, yes. If you can get everyone. But I would also say I don't think, especially if it has to be done on the caster, I don't think it'll be easy for this creature to get everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on if there's like a 3-person party, maybe. But if you got like a 5 to 6-person party, you're gonna get a lot of them, but you might not get all of them.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's the only thing. But like damage wise, yeah, you can almost easily kill all of them with all of these. Even if they save out of it a lot, like still, like half of them, if they make both their saves, they're still gonna die.
I mean, even just honestly, why not just take away the cold damage? Like just make it force damage. Like it's really just,
If you're gonna do that,
it's really
I
just
would
crazy water, right? It's just really like just turbulent water. I would be okay, just get rid of the cold damage, and then even then you could recharge on a 5 or 6. Something like that.
I would do it the other way just because of how, again, a lot of the stuff is meant to look like cold damage.
Right,
and
so
then
yeah, just doing cold damage instead.
doing cold damage instead of the force damage, and then people with resistances to cold damage might have a better chance to survive this type of situation.
There you go, yeah.
So, because a lot less things give you resistance to force damage. Like even the Totem Barbarian, the only thing it doesn't have resistance to is force damage. Or psychic damage, one of the two, I don't remember.
This thing's rocking 308 hit points. 18 D12 plus 110 hit points, and an armor class of 22, Marty.
So
Here's its stats. And here's its stats. 24 strength, 14 dex, 23 con, 18 intelligence, 16 wisdom, 20 charisma. Oh, he's even saying this is like a 27 to 30 CR instead of a 19. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're just looking at this the wrong way. If we know that this thing is meant to challenge the top of the top players, maybe we could better get away with it. I mean, we even talked about, upping the damage and upping how radiation leak works with the condition. So I could see that if we're really making this thing that powerful, I could see upping a Tarrasque as a 25 AC. Okay. So yeah, I could see bumping this up, or, making this feel really, again, out of like on a whole different level. Like it acts like it's on a different level, so I wouldn't mind putting it on that different level. We still have some actions to get through. Wait for Kage to come back. So yeah, so far everything works well together with this build. It's just, again, when you have the potential to TPK like that, it's very touch and go on what you on how much you want to unleash on your party, right? Because if you went hard, you could TPK, I think, most parties with this. If you were a DM and went hard on it, you could accidentally TPK if you weren't going hard. I should say this isn't supposed to be a predator to the Tarrasque. It's a different creature. I mean, this probably could fuck up a Tarrasque, though.
I mean, if you kick the Tarrasque in some water, yeah.
Fuck yeah. It can slap fight an ancient copper dragon, CR20, and laugh.
Wild.
All right. So yeah, so I think that's just it. I think that if we either upped the challenge, or again, like,
from my personal opinion, the only thing about this that screams higher challenge rating is that whirlpool ability.
Exactly. Yeah. It's either that. But even the AC and the life are. Well, I mean, you found that they were similar to the Crystal Dragon.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even the Tarrasque has a 25 AC and 676 HP, but it doesn't do that much damage. So
Tarrasque is what CR?
It's
got to be like way up there, because the Tarrasque has double this thing's hit points.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Lord of Soth, whatever that is. It's got 228.
Tarrasque is a CR30.
Tarrasque is a CR30. Yeah. So having double this hit points totally makes sense. But like having almost the same number of hit points, having very similar stat spreads, a slightly lower armor class. That's some.
And again, this is where CR just fails in so many ways, because again,
it's very true.
Because this thing has less life than the Tarrasque, I'm more scared, at least, of that ability. Like, again, not all of it's super crazy, but like this thing could hold its own against a Tarrasque. Like it's so like, so CR just. And I'm not saying this against you. It's just with them really leaning into the like AC HP is the CR bubble. I feel like they don't take into account enough to understand how to calculate CR.
Sure.
So I can understand this being higher. Maybe not a 30, maybe not Tarrasque level, but I could see this being like a 23, 24, CR. Like
if we're gonna keep things as is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you gotta know but like nothing about this going into this, it's gonna be crazy, but if you didn't know it had this spell, this thing would blindside you so quick. Like if you don't know that it has this ability.
Oh no, yeah.
I think that's the scariest part about this.
A lot of parties would just get straight up fucked.
And I think that's the thing, is that this is definitely something you want really heavy knowledge of going into it. So,
which again, I really feel like the way this creature is being set up, it feels like something that you would go and fight intentionally, or go and try and diplome with, like
actually talk
try and find a way to. And if it doesn't go the way you wanted, yes, you eventually have to fight it, but you at least know some information.
It feels on par with a dragon encounter. Like it really feels like how you treat this like you would a dragon. Give the party every chance to know how bad it is.
Yep.
Give them every chance to talk their way out of it. And if they still want to go slap the beast, hey, good luck. I tried. You know what I mean? Treat it like a dragon. You probably could, but just be mindful that, this thing is just, most things can't TPK it that easily in just one swing.
Yeah.
From the get-go. And again, it's only because this isn't like the parties at half-life. I mean, this could
TPK from full health.
Yeah, it could. Yeah. And I think that's just why we're all a little bit like, da fuck. Because I mean,
it's for sure scary.
I mean, you could TPK this. I think you could take this thing out with one hit if you had a powerful enough paladin with the right weapon, smite, and a crit. You might be able to pull off 308 damage.
I've seen worse in these like
at level 20
builds.
Like at level 20, you're probably pulling off like 400 damage. Up to. So this thing could be one hit by your party, but again, that's kind of the party's job. Whereas it's not really your job to make something that just started the battle. Oh, I'm first initiative. Well, that was a fun gaming session, guys. Like that's, what I mean? Would be a good fight for the ocean against a. Ooh. Actually, it would be really crazy. Flip the script. Give the party every reason to be afraid of this thing. Just like sneak it in that this thing is just like out there. And then when they finally meet it, it's under completely different circumstances. They need its help to go battle something crazier like a kraken. And at one point, you actually like get this on your team. So you're just sitting there thinking we're gonna get fucked, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'll help you. That thing's worse off than everybody. That's like, that would be interesting to get this on your team.
Hey man, you could talk to it.
I mean,
you could sweet talk that sucker, man. The bard, let me seduce it, please. But it is immune to being charmed, which is fabulous.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into its actual ability. So this is just, again, it's only been one spell so far that we've been cautious of. Everything else has been pretty okay.
Yep.
We had just a couple, minor things with the immunity and resistance, but so far we've been pretty on board with everything up until Whirlpool.
Agreed.
So let's move on to its actual actions and see what we get, because this is going to be it. So we do have multi-attack. It only makes 2 attacks. Wasn't expecting that. I was expecting more.
Agreed. Yeah.
One attack with its whip and the other with its barbs. Interesting. So these are weapons. Yeah, I would have expected it to have maybe more than 2 attacks. I just don't know what. I don't know.
Maybe
what.
Like I'm genuinely thinking like I cannot think of most things that are this high of a CR that don't have legendary actions.
Oh yeah, no legendary actions. I'd be really like I'm kind of actually surprised that there isn't an alternative to like I would love if what if this thing had either not really immunity, but maybe like a resistance, or in certain situations it had like an ability to not provoke opportunity attacks when it moves. It's like full speed. So it's so fast you can't attack it. But what if it also, while it's moving, can use its reaction to opportunity attack a creature it's passing by?
Oh, interesting.
So if like, let's say you're 120 feet away, but there's a guy in between me and you. So I use this thing to jet towards you to do my multi-attack. But on the way, not only do I not take the attack from the guy I'm next to, but on the way, I also get to slap someone on the way. Like,
I'm not mad at that.
It would be unique to get that. What's going on, Stone Knife? It is Mistakenly, it is the Bracklash. We misquoted that, but it is
Apologies.
a unique type of
Apologies.
creature that we're reviewing. It is a medium beast type creature. Here's an image of it, and we're going over its final abilities here. What do we got? DC 14. Why so why so low? So it's looking for Whirlpool is the only thing that makes it a high CR so far. Yes, Marty, that's the only thing that's made it out of balance so far. Looks like a Ben 10 alien, huh? Surprise, surprise. So it looks like a Ben 10 alien. What do you say about that?
I say you hit it on the nose.
Good job. You know what? Just for that, yeah, that's actually hella funny. There you go, Stone Knife. You get 25 points for guessing it.
That's big fact.
That's fucking hilarious that you caught it too hella quick. All right, so yeah, so I'm surprised it only has 2 attacks. I wouldn't mind it having an extra one or a movement based attack.
Sure.
Something like that. We do get water whips. So okay, so it has 1 of attack with its whip. So this is a plus 13 to hit. Its reach of 40. So this is a long ass whip. Or a 10-15 or a range of 10. Oh, reach is 40 or a range of 10 to 15 feet. I don't quite understand.
I don't exactly either. Let me make sure that wasn't my mistake in translating it, because that is possible for this. Let me take a gander real quick.
Yeah, I'm really curious how, unless you can quickly let us know if that was a typo on our end. Not really sure. Reach of 40 feet or a range of 10 to 15. Not really sure exactly what that means.
That's my fault. Ignore the 10 to 15.
Okay,
I
so
was supposed to have removed that.
Okay, so it's just a range of 40 feet.
Reach of 40 feet, correct.
Reach of 40 feet, that's huge. But I like that.
But it's a melee weapon, which is why they're calling it reach and not range.
No, I totally get that. I totally get that. So that is just a reach of 40 feet. It has to hit a 10 to hit slashing. Oh, 1d6 plus 7 slashing and a 1d6 cold. So we're just adding on to that. On hit, the Bracklash and opponent roll a DC 14 dex saving throw or be blinded for 2 minutes.
I don't know how this edit got so messed up.
Okay.
There's none of that. It's just the damage.
Interesting. Okay, so
it's just the damage.
So no saving throw, no nothing. Ignore the blinded.
Yes.
Ignore that.
All of that is gone. It's just the damage.
Interesting. All right, and then okay, so whip weapon. I'm not mad at that. It does 2d6. So yeah, so 2d6 damage with slashing and cold. That's totally fine. Yeah, the blinded would be gross, especially on both directions. I wasn't understood about that, and I don't mind the range of 40 feet. That's totally cool.
I've been watching a little bit of Young Justice sometimes every once in a while, and they have this guy Aqualad, and he's got these little basically like lightsaber hilts, but what he does is he can control the water on them to turn into maces or turn into whips or different things like that.
Gotcha.
And so I kind of love the idea, like especially if you're underwater, you're just like controlling the water, and you can like have this like water whip, which is the reason for the range being so far. So
yeah,
I think that's super cool idea.
I would also agree as well with chat right now. That's such low damage for its compared to its spells. Like again, you're relying on the TPK spell. I wouldn't mind seeing these upgraded on damage. I don't know how much a whip standard does, but it's an alien, so it should probably do more. I don't mind the cold and the slashing. That makes sense. I also wouldn't mind, like, because again, I think of whips, I think of being able to like latch onto someone's arm or leg. So a partial grapple or a drag. Like I wouldn't mind an ability where I can drag them.
You have 5 feet. You have the Vine Whip spell. Like you could just mirror that. What that does is it pulls the creature that you hit with it. You have the option to pull a creature 10 feet closer to you.
Yeah, so I would
as simple as that.
Water Whip has the Vine Whip ability. I would totally mind that. Yeah, just again, compared to what it was able to do before, it's really gonna be focused on its spells. But maybe that's the whole point. Maybe that's the big deal, is maybe this thing doesn't want to fight. Maybe it's not a main fighter. Maybe the whole point is it hits hard and runs. Like maybe the speed isn't about being an attacker. Maybe the speed is to run away. Maybe the whirlpool is to be like, drop the whirlpool. I'm leaving. Y'all can just sit here and take damage. And by the time you're out, I'm 500 feet away. So again, without lore, without understanding a little bit more about the motivations and the backstory of how this thing is, it's a mollusk, right? It's a soft-bodied, shelled creature. The entire thing's about defense. Maybe we're looking at this from the wrong way. If you look at it from a defensive creature, maybe the active TPK spell is a last resort. Maybe you can even put it in the thing that it will only do that if it's under half health. Like basically it's the kind of thing of this thing just wants to get away and doesn't want to fight. And all of everything it has, like again, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. It would only do this damage against things it wants to eat. But all of those spells are spells that would just try to scare and push things away and get distance, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking is like,
although it
might make more sense if we look at it from a creature that is designed to hit and run, not hunt you down, if that helps.
So 4d8 at 17th level is what Ray of Frost would do. 4d8 damage. That's well above this water whip. I feel like roughly around that, because it has the ability to cast Ray of Frost at will. So why would it ever? Now, granted, the only reason it would is if it wants to do both the water whip and the barbs, because it can do both of those in only one spell in a turn. But again, I think overall the Ray of Frost is going to do more damage. Yeah, and it's going to reduce the creature's speed by 10 feet every time it hits.
What about this? What if multi-attack? The Bracklash can make 3 attacks, one with its whip, one with its barbs, and
an at-will.
And an at-will. So the whole point is it does always stack. It always like whips you and then Ray of Frosts you. Especially if the idea of the whip could like bring you closer. Like the idea is it could drag you. So it's like, what if I drag you closer and then I slap you with like my freezing ray? That could be a better tag. Again, this thing is super intelligent. So you definitely believe that it needs to know how to stack all of its abilities on top of each other and how to use them in tandem. Marty suggests 2d6 slashing and 2d6 cold. I could be more on board with that with the Vine Whip.
Agreed.
Again, I think having the Vine Whip capability of being able to move a creature or make their movement 0. I mean, again, you can even say that, Water Whip, you can make a melee attack. On hit, you can choose to grapple or ensnare a target. When ensnared, the target cannot move away from you. They can only move towards you.
Sure.
So again, I do kind of like that. Effectively 0 unless they move towards you. And this is also a choice on the Bracklash, right? I'm choosing once I hit you to ensnare you. Until I unensnare you, I don't have my whip anymore. So it's my choice to control that person, right? But again, you could do things like, they can't move away from you and they have disadvantage on attacks because say it's on your arm or your leg. So it's harder for you to do attack. So that could be the only thing is like the whip not only does a little bit more damage, but if you choose, kind of like the whirlpool, you can make someone have a bad day in the water.
Yeah.
I would feel like that would make this more of a tactical battle, and it would allow me as a DM to really layer on that intelligence, really layering on all these things. If I'm going to hit you with my whip, and then I'm going to hit you and then drag you closer to hit you with my frost, then I'm going to undo the whip to hit you, but I'm going to hold my whip onto you while I just slash this guy. Because like, let's say you're trying to get away from me. I can hold my whip on you so you can't get away from me. You're not going to get any closer because you're going low and maybe you're under my radiation poisoning. So I stop you at 15 feet from getting any further away, but you're not going to close distance because you don't want the poisoning. While I'm holding onto you, I can be Ray of Frosting this guy over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I think this thing should be fighting. Is it's tactical enough to know how to use all of these things. And that would be kind of cool if you gave that water whip a little bit more battlefield control, because then the other things would start to layer on.
Sure.
So I like the idea of just saying it can do what Vine Whip can do.
Yeah.
At least that. And then maybe
Vine Whip doesn't grapple, it just pulls you closer. by
Or-
10 feet.
yeah.
But I like the idea of grapple and like being able to kind of like choose
Like,
what
not
you
be
do
able
and
to
don't
go away
do.
from me.
Yeah.
You know, have disadvantage on an attack.
Curious what these barbs are going to be, like what kind of melee attack this is going to be, because just looking at this thing, I'm not like, I almost imagine like Batman's little forearm spikes.
I think if it's
You know?
more like like spike knuckles.
Oh, so you're just like smacking them
Kind
with
of
your...
like like Batman's gauntlet, how it has like little knuckles on the spikes. That's kind of how I look at barbs. Is just it looks like
Okay.
it looks like they're just barbs on. I mean, even if we look at the picture,
That's kind of what I'm looking at.
these. It's just
Okay.
it's like it's claw. He's just, and honestly, why not a third attack? Why not the barbs are like a punch, then it's the whip, and then why not a claw attack? Why, you know? Well, I guess barbs and a claw are the same one. But why not give it also claw? And why? So if it has barbs more like a punch and a whip, why not also give it? It can do multi attack. It can do 2 attacks, but also give it a third option. What if one of those giant ass claws? What if it can like use one of these to grapple at an
Sure.
insane an ability? And then if it's grappled somebody, that's a good point. I grappled you. You're now at 0 movement and you're within 5 feet of me. As long as I hold on to you, you're just going to get straight poisoned.
Yeah.
So this thing, I'm actually surprised that this thing doesn't have a grapple ability because it can poison someone.
Especially when they're that close to you.
Yeah, and so you don't even have to, you could just not even worry about attacking them. You could just hold and just fuck up their day by just pure...
Keeping them there, yep.
Yeah.
Wild.
Let's see. So Soul says that the spells were chosen last, so all of this was chosen first.
Okay.
So yeah. So yeah, I don't know how this was a level CR 19 before that, because again, outside of the AC and the health, this thing just feels like a very long fight. It doesn't, outside of that one spell and a couple of the innate ones, it's not pumping out crap tons of damage. So yeah, I wouldn't mind having, again, I think that it should have like a claw grip attack, because it looks like it has those like mandibles or whatever. I think that would be kind of nice to have some sort of enhanced grapple, especially because, again, if you also give the whip the ability to pull you closer, right? It's leaning into the fact that it can, you know, poison people, so or irradiate people.
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea, because I feel like its basic attacks are just not there. You know, like you said,
Very much
it's
so.
almost like as a DM, I'm just going to be at willing all day long. I'm just going to be throwing out spells, because these are, I don't even know if I would use these as a last resort, because they just don't pump out. I mean, 2d6 plus 7 and a 2d6. Like, I'm not really doing a lot. I should just be throwing out spells.
Yeah, unless I'm like low on everything else. Like, what's the range on Ray of Frost? I swear it's like 60 feet or something like that. Yeah, it's 60 feet.
Yeah. So if we're, yeah, I would say improve the whip, improve both damages just a smidge, and because it doesn't need to be like crap tons of damage. Just
Sure.
just a little bit more damage. I don't mind like a 2d6, 2d6, and then barbs being just a 3d6 plus 7, because that's basically a 46.
Yeah.
So they both do around the same amount of damage. I also would love to see like just a grapple ability, something that, you know, again, lean into the fact that it knows it's poisonous and radiating. And I'd like the whip to be able to do more. And then yeah, maybe Whirlpool. If we want it to be focused on damage, just cut the damage down. If not, change the damage to more of the what is it doing to them, like the battlefield control thing. But other than that, overall, this is a pretty solid like water-based creature.
Totally agree.
You know, it's devastating and it's scary. This is the thing that makes you afraid of the ocean. Like, this is the thing you're worried about being under the surface of the black water, right? Like, I just imagine just like you're on a boat and you just see those like white streaks underneath the water and you're just like, what's moving that fast? And then all of a sudden these things jump onto the boat. Like, that's what I imagine these things is just. But again, I also am now starting to wonder if the right way to look at this is not an aggressive predator, but also not weakling prey. This thing evolved to survive, but it did not evolve to dominate.
Especially because it's humanoid. I almost feel like it might not have always been what it is, but it definitely like evolved to this, but it wasn't just like some animal that evolved to be really scary. Like this was a being. Like to me, there's not going to be more than one of these. To me, this is a singular entity.
Oh, interesting.
This is not like there's a race of these out there. Like to me, this is
There's only one of them.
this is
Like,
this is
a
this is
single
it's like
entity.
Mordenkainen. There's one Mordenkainen, right? There's one Tasha. There's one of these people, and yes, they're powerful. Yes, they have a stat block. Yes, they have all these things, but this is what they have learned / become.
Interesting.
Like that's
I feel like that would make more sense if these things were like if it was more like a suit. Like if it was a creature in a suit, I would totally get that. But because these are like innate,
but
I
could
would
also
expect this to be
I
like
could also see this happening to somebody. Like imagine somebody who used to be like a warlock of some, Aquan entity, and like this is like the end result of what they became or something like that, or whatever the case may be. They evolved into this thing, over time of liches kind of like change their appearance over time and change their demeanor and what they are over time based upon like how deeply they've dived into whatever type of magic.
I see where you're going. I think I would just because of the way it like describe, because I mean like the radiation lake, it's hard not to think of that as like an outside force. But yeah, I don't know. I still think that there's an argument to be both sides. I can see this being an individual, but I also feel like if it is an individual, there's a lot more leniency to what it can do.
Sure.
Because if it's literally the only thing that can do it, then you can pretty much let it do whatever it wants. Like if there's only one,
I mean, theoretically,
kind of the benefit of being the only one that can do it. But then again, I can see a little bit more. I have a hard time putting all of this together and seeing this thing as a predator, because again, like as a predator, if it can do that thing once per day, all it has to do that on its food. Like just go near its food and go, whirlpool, I'm eating. You know what I mean? Like nothing's going to survive that thing. And it's not shredding up the body. It's basically bludgeoning damage. So all it's doing is like, tenderizing your meat for you.
But I would say if this thing was a predator, like I feel like that ability would likely be a defensive ability. And it's not something.
Well, and that's what I mean by like, I feel like this thing isn't a prey. It's just more of it's learned to survive very well, but it's not survived based on owning its own territory. It's just more I've blended into the background with my territory. And if the things that can hurt me, I have found ways to get away from them. But otherwise, like, this thing isn't afraid of, like, what did you call them before? The Tritons.
Yeah.
This thing isn't afraid of Tritons. This thing isn't afraid of a shark. But, like, I could see this thing's been so old. Like, again, back when it, like, evolved. This thing evolved to fight or get away from, like, megalodons. That's what I'm imagining. Like, a Triton would just die from it. Like, a megalodon would just swim up and eat a Triton. So imagine, like, the common ancestor of the Triton and this thing. They had a common ancestor, and at one point, they, two cultures, separated. One went to more dangerous territory. The Tritons went to the more safe territory. So the safe territory got these humanoid, diplomatic. They're regular fighters, but like they're not like superheroes. And then this thing, it just grew up or evolved in like the most dangerous parts of the ocean. The megalodons, the giant squids, just the craziest like alien things you can think of. And that's why it's like, it didn't dominate all of those, but it survived them. So to us, it looks devastating, but to it, it's like, this is the bare minimum you need to survive where I'm from.
Yeah.
So kind of like what we were talking about with the Trask, why it has spikes. It's like, this thing looks dangerous to you, but this is one of the lowest totems in its world where you don't belong, right? You don't belong at the bottom of the ocean. It does. And down there, whole different landscape. So with that in mind, I like it a lot better. I feel more comfortable imagining that this is just the lowest version of a much higher tier world.
Sure.
So when it comes into our world, it's a little bit, it's like the strongest farmer is still no match to your paladin.
Sure.
But compared to the other farmers, he could kick anyone's ass in town, so he's, the leader. But adventurers come to town, what do we care? He's a level 1 and I'm
Yeah.
level 10. He ain't nothing to me. And that's kind of how I imagine that this thing feels towards you, which is why you go to it and it gives you a chance. It gives you an air bubble that says, speak your piece. Like, I'm not worried about you, but even if you are dangerous, I can get out of here faster than I care, right? So it's like, I'm ready to fight you, but she also can't catch me.
I'm the gingerbread man.
Right. Okay, and even Soul says that they aren't meant to be aggressive. They're diplomatic. They just have safety precautions. And again, we don't have any of that lore, but that's where I'm going to go. I think I feel most comfortable imagining they are just simply from a place that their equivalent first level is like our equivalent fifth level. I imagine it like that. Imagine this thing came from just somewhere so much more dangerous that their equivalent first level would be a match for our fifth level people.
Sure.
Just at bare minimum of how you had to learn how to survive. Doesn't make you better, it just in comparison.
Right.
I think I could get by a lot better. And you know me, I still feel Whirlpool is way too powerful for 5th edition with the way that this is like a creature that you could fight against.
Sure.
But with the lore and this idea of like, it's truly, from their perspective, it's powerful, but it is fundamentally their last resort.
I mean, even if you add the terminology, hey, Whirlpool is only triggered when they're below 25% of health or something.
Or
something
even
to that
50.
effect.
Even 50, I'm okay with. Like, like, if I look at it from that point of view, it's not that bad. Right? It is the most powerful thing that they do. But coming from that idea of like, it's also something that we're taught, like, you don't just do. Like, that is reserved for, I'm about to die.
And imagine when they hit that whirlpool, because you know the whirlpool looks like it goes around, but it's got like imagine if they just go straight down when they run. Straight down deeper, deeper, and deeper, where yes, my exoskeleton, we can survive the pressure, but come follow me down here.
Right.
Not only come follow me down here, but what else you finna find down here?
Right. Or when you cast Whirlpool,
prey,
you automatically descend.
You're gonna be their prey.
Can you imagine if it also says like when you cast Whirlpool, if able, you may descend up to like 10 feet. So just you cast it and you automatically drop 10 feet. So you're dropping kind of makes the funnel.
Oh.
So it's like it's centered on you up there, but then you can you're just allowed to drop.
To me, it weirdly feels like this shouldn't be a spell. Almost like you're doing some Flash type stuff where you're just spinning around and creating a nice little whirlpool. And imagine if you did that and like dive down all at the same time, and that's what creates it. And maybe you disappear and they don't know where you're at, and you can come up behind them and then smack them or something crazy like that. Like, I don't know. I think it'd be very interesting, but yeah.
Making like Whirlpool more like a
this is why I like the
terrain.
ability, but again, it's just scaling it a little bit for what it is to make it feel.
Man, I like the idea. Like, yeah, you do it like, and it almost becomes like difficult terrain for 2 turns. And imagine this, like, imagine if it, instead of it just auto damaging, imagine it's like, it becomes difficult terrain for 2 turns. Any creature caught in it takes a certain amount of damage at the start of their turn, right? Or entering it. But, at the start of each turn, players also like, they'll take damage, but then also have to like make a strength check or be moved. And then imagine, I don't know how you would like really write this out, but imagine like the Whirlpool force move, like tries to force move them. So they're like trying to swim against it. And if they can succeed, they don't move and they don't take extra damage. But if they move, it almost counts as like spiked growth, where as they move, they get damaged because they're basically like, if you can't swim against it and stabilize yourself, you're just being tumbled. So it's like you could do that where instead of just this guaranteed damage, even if you save, you're still not doing anything, but it's not always going to damage you, period, right? Like I love the idea of the Whirlpool. I just think that it's a little scary being an auto TPK. I think that's just the biggest issue. Sure. Everything else though, I think is fine. I would like it to do more damage in basic combat as a CR19. Like its melee just has to do a little bit more.
Yeah, I think up in its damage, they're giving it 3 attacks instead of just 2 wouldn't be bad. Even if it were like 1 attack with a water whip, 2 attacks with your barbs, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, like just something like that would be easy enough. But yeah. I'm not mad at that.
It's definitely new too. It's definitely something that we haven't seen before.
I enjoy the creativity of it.
I really
sure.
can't get over the radiation leak though. I'm still 100% in agreement with you. I think that building or adding a brand new condition, the irradiated radiation poisoning, any of those things to just help radiation leak. I do like that being a condition. You can make this work a lot better with it. I think that that's probably one of the most like unique aspects, is really leaning into not just an AoE ability, but something that really leans into like the physical build of the character. You know, more of that lore aspect.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. I do think it needs a lot of work. I like the idea. I don't dislike the idea. It does feel like it is a little bit, I don't want to say situational, but it does feel like it leans heavily on its setting and not as much on what you would expect from D&D.
Interesting.
But it does give me inspiration. Like it does inspire me to rethink some things. And it definitely is a good reminder that you have to sometimes approach these things not purely mechanically, but again, how is it intended to be used? Like Whirlpool is really, really devastating. But is it meant to be used that way? Sure, a DM could decide, I'm just going to throw this at you at first glance, and if you don't survive, you don't survive. But if you play properly, again, raw with lore, that's not how this thing would ever use it. Unless you broke into its house and into its palace and into its town and started slaughtering people, I don't think it's going to automatically try to TPK a bunch of strangers. So that's where I'm okay, as long as it's in the lore and as long as there's like a little blurb, like you even said, it won't use it until a certain point. Like little things like that, I think could be beneficial in the long term. So let's see here. So going on a quick little count again, everything's on par with a CR19. We know that for sure. The AC is good. The health is good.
Yeah.
The speeds are great. The stats are great. We're fine completely there. So I will say this. Never got the answer to the radiant damage. So going back to the resistances, I think we should get rid of radiant damage.
Okay.
I don't think we need to be vulnerable to it. I just don't understand why we're resistant to it. I get the necrotic damage now.
Sure.
Necrotic damage totally makes sense, and I'm actually on board with that. But as I said before, my only concern was, why am I both immune and resistant to opposing forces? So I would just say I don't mind the bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing as a resistance, and I don't mind cold and necrotic as an immunity. I just don't think we need radiant damage in there at all.
Okay.
I just don't think it ever got explained. Vulnerability to fire, I still think is solid, and I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Condition immunities, I'm okay with that, except for prone. Again, if you're on land, I think that it should be, like, again, it's not a land-based creature. I think it could be easily knocked prone and not be in its element, especially for being a humanoid. But we did have that unique conversation about what does prone mean underwater.
Yeah.
And that's more of a 5th edition issue. So I would get rid of radiant. I would get rid of prone. I would suggest getting rid of blind sense, but I do see that there is an argument for it, so I'm not going to take anything away from my vote for that. I just don't think it needs blind sense. I think tremor sense was enough.
Yeah.
But that's also an issue with what blind sense and echolocation being the same thing. So no issues there, but I don't necessarily think it needs it. What did it have? Water cannon resistance. Wait, hold on. Radiant was answered. Water hazard in canon is resistant to radiation, which I translate into radiant damage. Then
radiation is radiant damage, not necrotic damage.
Well, so Soul is saying that in the lore, like in a setting book, this character that he's basing it off of is resistant to radiant damage or radiation. So therefore, he's saying that also equates to radiant damage. But then I disagree, because then why does your radiation leak do necrotic damage? It should do radiant damage. It should be one or the other. The fact, if you're saying that lore that if you're working off of radiation and radiant being the same, then you should remove all of the necrotic damage and move radiant into immunity and move all the damages to radiant damage. That's like, to me, radiant is usually more of like a positive energy, but still, if you're saying radiant and radiation are the same, then all of the, like, in this entire write-up, I would think all versions of necrotic should be changed. But if you're using necrotic as the radiation poisoning, then I don't think that you can also say, because you can't say radiant and necrotic are the same type of damage, because that's you're saying that if he's immune to radiation, he's immune to radiant, but he's radiating, so he's necrotic. You know, he does necrotic. Those two don't equate. He doesn't. If he is radiating, he would do radiant damage, but he can't be immune to radiation and radiant damage if his radiation's giving necrotic. You know what I mean? They don't equate. They're meant to be opposing
I hear
forces.
what you're saying.
I think we're
personally, and this is just me personally, I don't necessarily look at radiant damage and necrotic damage as opposing forces. I don't necessarily look at them as opposites like I do fire and ice.
okay.
I look at them as individual. Like, again, necrotic is more decomposition, and generally speaking, I would look at radiant as divine to a certain extent.
Exactly. Yeah, positive,
But
divine,
and so if you want to look at it as like positive,
decay.
negative, you know, like one is life, one is death type deal. Like I get how they can be looked at that way, but I also can see how there's like a mix of, okay, this is not meant to be divine, this is not meant to be positive, this is just meant to be, you know, imagine it was like, what was I thinking? Key energy.
Yeah.
Because there's
But if that's the
basically
case,
a DBZ key blast that
Yeah.
you can be as a monk that technically flavors it as radiant damage. And so I wouldn't think the opposite of that would be necrotic
yeah.
in that particular scenario.
I guess it's just weird to say that it's immune to radiation, therefore radiant damage, but
do
it gives
agree-
radiation
I
damage as
do agree
necrotic.
that whether what you are associating with radiation, because you have an ability called radiation leak. So if you're talking about this creature and they have some connection to radiation, that radiation should be consistent throughout. So if
Yeah.
that radiation is radiant damage, then great. If that radiation is necrotic damage, then great. But keep that consistency
Exactly.
associated with radiation throughout.
Especially because when you think of it, if you're redefining radiant as radiation, again, you want to be consistent because celestial beings are then radiation. Like,
Well, again, like I said, I don't think celestial beings are key energy, even though that uses radiant, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think that necessarily...
but I mean,
because-
divine creatures have, there are more examples of like divine creatures doing radiant damage, and usually things against like undead doesn't use radiant. So I'm
Yes.
I'm just trying to get across, like, you said it perfectly. If you're going to define it, it should be consistent, because right
Yes.
now it honestly feels like I'm trying to min-max my terminology here. Like I'm trying to get the best of every possible world. I don't
Sure.
want to take radiant damage, but I want to give necrotic damage, but they're both coming from the same source. I feel like that's a stretch. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that they are opposites, like fire and ice, but I feel like they are opposing enough that I don't feel comfortable putting them on the same explanation.
Yeah.
So-
I definitely feel like if there is a reason for radiant damage, it should be different than your reason for necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, find a way to tie the different types of damages together. Right? Like, theoretically that's possible. I swear, I think Cosmic did that in one of his builds that he was doing. He had something where he used both of them, but regardless, like, articulate what the source of necrotic damage is coming from and what the source of radiant damage is coming from, and then tie those into why you give him resistance / immunity. But
Yeah.
otherwise, just pick one and stick with it. So
yeah, and I think that's why it's just confusing for me, because it feels like we're double dipping.
Sure.
For I see the benefits, but I don't see why. Like, it just doesn't get explained why I would be immune to radiation damage. And I know that Soul said that. I mean, Soul, it really wasn't answered though, because you didn't put that in. Again, you said that water hazard in the canon is resistant to radiation.
So
Nothing in here tells me about his canon, and I don't know who the character's
if
based
that's
off
the
of.
case, if that's the case from the canon, my question would be, then why necrotic damage?
Exactly. So that's
And like, and so in explaining one, you unexplain the other.
Exactly.
Then that kind of negates the
again, you shouldn't have to take in any outside knowledge for this unless it's setting specific, and then I have to take a point away, because if I need If I need setting specific knowledge, like to know that that character it's based off of is resistant to radiant damage, and that's my explanation, that's not in here. And technically, if it's
Sure.
not in, if it's not written, rules is written.
So
how do I know that's my example?
Would you imagine radiant damage was gone?
Uh-huh.
The explanation for necrotic damage existing in the radiation leak
is enough for me. Yeah, that make I understand why that connects.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be like lore. It just needs to be
but what I'm saying is like
maintain the consistency.
Well, because the what brought this up is I had mentioned, hey, we never got an answer for radiant damage. Because Soul said we get an answer for the necrotic, but I said that we didn't get any answer for radiant, and then he said, well, you did get an answer. It's in the canon of the character I based it off of. This isn't the canon of the character based it off of. That's outside knowledge. This did not explain why radiant damage is necessary. And that's, to me, that's a very big thing, especially when we're creating stuff for a community. You can't force them to have outside knowledge. It has to be all contained within the game, right? Like when you're making puzzles as a DM, you can't give your players puzzles that require out of game knowledge, right? They need to have gotten that knowledge from the game. I will say
there was a Christmas game that we played, and the canon was something about like what's that one? Nick Cannon's ex-wife or something. All I Want for Christmas.
Is that
Mariah Carey? Yeah. Mariah Carey. It was the Mariah Carey song, and you had to like sing it or something, or you had to like first person like play it. I don't know.
That's very memey. I don't. Yeah,
very much.
But you know what I'm saying is like so. Like, I would just say
you.
that if you're gonna have something like that, again, even just have the lore, like even just having a description of, because it irradiates necrotic damage, it itself is immune. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we'd need something in the build itself, because I don't feel after reading this, I don't feel like this gave it to me. So that's why I'm just making that argument of radiant damage would need to have some sort of tie-in here, because like you said, it feels like necrotic is what's coming from the radiation.
Sure.
And then yeah, Marty says radiation would be more like necrotic damage. Necrotic damage more fits radiation. And again, that's what it also feels like, because again, radiation leak. Like, we're basically saying the radiation's causing poisoning, which is what and radiation does like actually cause burns and scarring, and your DNA does start to decay. Like, necrotic makes perfect sense, right?
It really does. I think it fits.
So yeah, I could totally understand that if this thing is constantly, leaking radiation and causing people to be necrotic, that makes more sense why it's immune, because it's always engulfed in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just literally always engulfed in radiation, right? And again, if it's constantly doing this
body
radiation,
knows how to respond to it differently.
Yeah, so it's like that's kind of the thing too, right? And if it has a radiation leak, but it's resistant to radiant damage, wouldn't it damage itself because it's a radiation leak? So there's just some questions there that get a little bit weird. Blight is very similar to how chemo radiation poisoning can happen to people, which does necrotic damage. I mean, blight is more of like the dehydration aspect, or like, like just taking all of your fluids away. So I don't know if that one would be the same as necrotic, but I do think like the burns on the skin and like the destruction of DNA goes more with necrosis.
And I guess that's a really good example of how, because theoretically blight does necrotic damage, even though it's dehydration. So there are different ways to apply the same damage type for different reasons, right?
Right. Which, yeah, I guess you could say that it is interesting that they call it necrotic damage, but I guess there isn't a dehydration damage. So when it comes to necrotic, it is your cells dehydrating or them dying. Therefore, they are going to go necrotic. Necrotic just means death of the cell. So I guess that makes more sense. So I guess, yeah, all of a sudden now I want to do like a whole episode of like
history of damage.
Not necessarily history of damage types, but I'm thinking of like somehow discussing like the opposites of D&D, like fire and ice, radiant, necrotic. Like, what are the opposing what's the history of opposing forces?
Okay,
because there are different planes, positive, negative, light and dark, fire, ice. There's a lot of things that fit that, the opposite of the coin mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Curious if we could find like an actual list of how D&D has handled that.
Interesting.
I wonder if radiant and necrotic have ever been considered opposing damages.
I believe they have. Like, I'm confident like they came about in a form of opposition to each other. I just feel like their definitions over time have expanded beyond strictly those original definitions.
I agree. And it's probably, especially with the paladins being, more oath paladins,
Right.
trying to spread it out away from like the religious and
Sure.
and the spiritual. Okay. All right. So all in all, okay. So I'm interested in this. Do we ever understand where the name came from? Because this thing is called
The Bracklash.
the water hazard, which is the creature it was based off of. But
The water hazard is the original creature.
That's what I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But where did Bracklash come from? Soul. I'm actually really curious for this name too, because I was hoping that would like come in with the lore or come in with the abilities, but I'm trying to think of like I can't think of the etymology of how that came about. You know what I mean?
The only thing I can think of is it has something to do with the play on the word backlash. Right? And Brack. The only reason I can think of you putting an R in there is for like brick or for like some just giving it like
brackish water. Okay, so darkish water. So bracklash is, and then like backlash as in if you go into the dark water, this is this is what happens. Like this is your.
I'm here for that.
Okay,
I'm here for that. I kind of like that. So mad at on my computer. I'm fine.
Oh, bracklash is water is mix of salt and fresh water. So this is like where they meet, like the brackish. It's where they
those you've seen those pictures of where the different seas will meet.
Yeah,
you can literally see a line like
that's where that. Yeah, I can kind of see that this being that. Okay. Yeah, so it's like if you tread the waters, this is the backlash that you're gonna get from it.
Yeah,
so it's the bracklash. I'm curious if that's what Soul came up with. Soul, let us know. We're really curious where you got the name from. So now we get the fun part. So I think that this has a lot. Oh, Marty actually answered it very good. But yeah, that's what it is. It's brackish water.
Okay.
And then so it's based off brackish water.
I love
it. Okay, yeah, most deltas and rivers, yeah, because you have them going into the ocean, but they're coming from fresh water. So there's a point where they're not fully freshwater. It's not quite fully the seawater, but it's still salt water. So there's like that. It's that phase between fully salt, fully freshwater. Interesting. And I think that also means that there's layers too, because they don't fully mix. So there's always like a clean line. Interesting. All right. So with that, I think there's a lot going on here. I think there's a lot of benefits here. I like the idea. It really makes me, again, it's a good reminder of tying the lore in to the build and thinking about the history of it, where it came from. And I also like that he's also adding in those layers of thinking about why it would do certain things. So again, the whirlpool isn't meant to be the first thing it does. It's meant to kind of be its defensive maneuver. Still a little bit powerful. I still feel like it could be adjusted. I mean, it's powerful in one spell, but then it also feels weak everywhere else. Like the spells are really good, but overall itself isn't that great. It's really, really fast, which I think is unique. I kind of like the water gun. It's also very unique. Because again, this does have, I mean, it's 3 times per day, so that's a decent amount of damage 3 times per day. I really think the radiation leak is a very unique idea, and I want to see stuff like this more. I really think we need more of these types of abilities. Something that's not just you step near me, so I hit you.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, I think the balance just comes in. I feel like it needs to hold its own more without the magic, but I feel like without a little bit of lore and without a few other alterations, it does feel kind of like a one-hit wonder, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's literally, this thing's just, it's a wonder you can get hit more than once kind of issue. So yeah, quite a bit of fixing for it to be high point ready. And I think a lot of this isn't so much that it's super broken. I think this one suffers more from just the way that I look at terminology and the way that 5th edition has changed certain terminologies.
Sure.
So keep in mind that that's also going to account for some of the issues with compatibility here. But it's not a complete loss. It probably would be worse if I didn't have such it probably would be better if I didn't have such an issue with words, but because me and 5th edition butt heads so much, I think that's also just something that is my own bias.
Sure.
So I think I'm just going to give this a solid 5 right down the road. I think it has a lot that needs to be fixed before it can be high point ready, but it's not completely out of the realm of what you would see in high point. And there's a lot of things in it that make me take pause and go, that aspect by itself would be a really great thing to have in high point. Like, I don't have anywhere to put it, but by itself, like, again, the radiation leak, I'm like, that's fucking cool. For a creature to have that, that's fucking cool. I don't have a specific spot to put it, but it's one of those, but maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe one day that idea will just be seated in my head. I will create a creature or a place and I'll be like, you know what? It needs radiation. And I'll have that, right? But until I have that, it's not a complete loss. I just feel like for me, for high point, I would have to, I'm too caught up in some of the words, so I would have to do too much for myself to accept it. But I think that it is very, very close to being universally acceptable. I really think have its own attacks do a little bit more damage, maybe change Whirlpool just a little bit, and maybe some of the verbiage. And I think this thing is ready to rock. You know what I mean? I think most parties would have a lot of fun with this kind of fight, as long as I don't get TPK'd right out the gate.
Sure.
I think this is a really fun fight. But I will say that if it doesn't get some more damage out, with its basic attacks, I do feel like the biggest issue it runs into is it's just going to be a very magic heavy slog. It's going to be throwing out basically Ray of Frost and Ice Knife. It might do out one Thunderous Wave, but I'm pretty sure Ice Knife, Ray of Frost are going to be its bread and butter. It's going to wait for Whirlpool. Water Gun is probably, I don't know, maybe Water Gun over Ice Knife because of the damage and the range.
Ice Knife's pretty. It's a first level spell compared to.
It only does 1d10.
It does some AoE damage, which is nice if you can get it next to some other people. But
yeah, I think I think it's going to be doing Ray of Frost. I think Whirlpool is going to be like, it's going to be doing Ray of Frost until Whirlpool can really clinch it.
What's the damage on Ice Knife again? What'd you say?
It does 1d6 and then 2d4.
Honestly, I would totally
1d10 and then it explodes and does 2d6.
Honestly, Ice Knife I feel like could be an at will with this thing.
With its CR, I agree. Give Ice Knife as an at will.
The Ray of Frost does more damage than that at 17th level.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming this thing is going to do 17th level damage with its cantrip. I'm assuming it's not going to be first level damage with your cantrip. I'm assuming it's scaled with you. It got a little bit more powerful. So having it have the ability to do that much damage at will, and then your Ice Knife does a lot less. Even though the Ice Knife has got a little bit of utility that it does.
I mean, hell, Air Bubble is a second level and Ice Knife is a first level, and you get Air Bubble at will. I would say swap those, because Air Bubble isn't needed at will. Air Bubble can literally be, again, it's a diplomacy thing.
Sure.
It doesn't need it more than once to have a conversation. It's not going to be using it 3 times per day. And that could be one of those fun things. If the DM's nice enough to give you the diplomatic option, it just burnt one of its 3 spells a day. Because if it does the Air Bubble,
it does to each though. So that means it can cast Ice Knife 3 times, Thunder Wave 3 times, and
each.
Water
so
Gun.
I would
times.
say switch Ice Knife as a level 1 with Air Bubble level 2. Because even Ray of Frost is, so Ray of Frost is a cantrip, Ice Knife's a level 1, Shape Water's a cantrip, Air Bubble's level 2, Thunder Wave is a level 1, but I can understand Thunder Wave being smaller. So yeah, just swap Ice Knife and Air Bubble and you'd probably be fine too.
I feel like you'd want to use Ice Knife more frequently than you would want to use Thunder Wave anyways.
Mm-hmm. So after this weekend, after Friday, after we do the subclass showdown, I might add a permanent channel for either y'all or for us to do things like that in Discord. He wants to see the Ice Monarch come up against the Bracklash and actually see
Now, I'll say you're going to have to build a whole character around an Ice Monarch and get it up to level, but yeah,
it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I think it has a lot of value. I think that it has more value. Ironically, it has way more value, I think, in the broader 5e community than it does in High Point, which is why it's going to kind of get that like down the road. I think it's probably closer to a 6 for the average person. I think more people would be more willing to be okay with most of this.
Sure.
I think it's probably, if it's straight on just word for word, it's probably closer to like a 4, but again, has some really cool ideas, has a lot of good chances. I also recognize that a lot of my bias just comes from my verbiage and my use of the words in a second edition way.
Yeah.
Versus how 5th edition has changed them up. So I don't want to hold that too much against Soul or anybody who submits. So I always try to show off, or at least I always try to point out when I disagree with Wizards of the Coast versus
what's actually being presented.
Yeah. Because if you just say, hey, I've made this spell and it does 500 points of damage, I can tell you I think that's wrong. But if you're like, hey, this other creature who has all the same stats can do 500 damage, so I thought that would be fine, that's my problem with Wizards of the Coast saying this creature can do 500 damage.
Yeah.
That's
why I like to do my best to articulate, hey, this is what some other CR19s look like. This is what some other things.
It's like my knee-jerk reaction can say that sounds bad. Like, again, 320 stats sounds weird. But then when you're like, yeah, most of them have 4, it's like, well,
honestly,
I can't argue with that.
That's exactly how I felt about the other creature that we just reviewed, the twin-headed Drake, having 4 saving throws.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was crazy. But then I looked at all the other things that were around that level. All of them had it. All the dragons have it. I'm like,
sometimes you just, it's those little things where you can't memorize every last little
Very
piece.
True.
So
but these things will burn it into our heads a little bit more.
Yeah. But that was fun. I really like that. Soul, I hope you enjoyed that. It was a really interesting read. Like I said, don't take my scores too much to heart. They're just compatibility scores. I think there's a lot of chances here. I just do think that some tweaking is necessary, because I feel that if left as is, it definitely makes more sense when you preface it with there's a setting that goes along with this, or that this goes into. If I were to just be handed this, it feels a lot. It feels kind of outbalanced. But if I were handed this and said there's a specific setting this belongs in, I could be way more interested and open to these ideas. But in a flat D&D setting without understanding like the Ben 10 universe and how that all ties in, this feels like a little bit much for a standard D&D combat. Sure. So that's where I'm like, yeah, little things like that. Again, a little bit like a paragraph of lore to just understand a little bit about like why this thing has radiation, like what's the point of the radiation, or just mention that it, lives a life of radiation. Something like that would make things a little bit quicker. So Soul even says that they are trying to make them compatible outside. And again, it's not saying that it isn't. It's just that if I were to have been told this has a setting that it's designed for, or that it's going to fit in better, it makes more sense. That's all. That it does feel like it's made for something specific, or more so. Not like not that it doesn't belong in D&D. It just feels like there's more to it than this is just a D&D monster.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. What does it bring their average?
Their average is at a 5 right now.
Oh, wow. Is that up or down from last time?
I'm not sure. Hold on, I can delete it. I can delete it and find out.
Being a 5 is interesting, because being a 5 and having got a 5, I don't think that means it would have changed much.
I don't think it did change much. This is why you bring your shit. This is why you bring your shit.
And this is only like one of like the 50 that Soul's doing for Ben 10 as well. So I don't know how many others of these we're going to see from Ben 10, because I think there's over 100 something or another. My next review is not part of the adventure, just the race. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, and again, yeah, we don't think that everything will be made for that second. I just know that you're working on all of the Ben 10 creatures, right? And you said that there's like over 100 of them. So you're like just plowing through how to create them.
There's no way that was their old average.
What?
Looks like their old average was a 4.
There's no way. Soul? There's no way Soul's
That's
that
what
low.
I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me pull up. Let me pull up the leaderboard real quick. Hold up.
They haven't had that many reviews.
I can't believe they got that many. No. So we've only reviewed 3 things from Soul.
This is their third?
Yeah, this is only the third. For some reason I feel like Soul's they've been here for a lot longer. I can't believe that we've only gotten through 3 items. So we've done Way of the Word Armory, Sightless Night Seeker, and now the Bracklash. And that was a 6, 5, and 5. So
5 seems accurate.
So 2 5s and a 6. So it would be like a 5.5 right now.
It's
or
so
like
weird.
a 5.3, 5.4.
It is 5.33.
Yeah, okay.
But when I removed it, I looked at their new average. Oh, it's because I had the check mark. Okay, that's why.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, their old average would have also been like a 5.5. So their average did not move much.
Okay. Not too bad. Then no big deal.
I gotta find better ways.
It's so crazy. Like again,
calculate
it's
these
just sometimes it's crazy that you look at these things and you're just like, hello, where? Oh, there. It's just crazy to like look back and I'm like, man, we've had so many, but
Yep. This was theoretically our 99th review. Yes, our 99th review. Now that number will shift a little bit when I redo the leaderboard, but yeah. We getting there, man.
99 reviews. So that means that next Monday is going to be the 100th homebrew review. Who gets it?
Now, no, it's Pokeniner.
Pokeniner's gonna get the 100th review.
The 100th review.
I know Cosmic's mad about that.
But
if Cosmic were here, he'd be all upset.
I think we have enough submissions for 100 community creations.
Yes. Well, and I know that we've done technically more than 100 reviews because while this is the 100th submission on the well, no, it would be. We've done 100
reviews.
We've done 100 reviews, but some of those were high lows, some of those were DMD Beyond. So we haven't gotten to 100 community submissions.
That's what I'm saying. Well, we have enough for 100 community submissions.
That's crazy, bro. 100 reviews.
Yes,
I know we've been doing this for like 2 years, but 100. We only do this once a week, bro. Like
now, granted, some of the high lows were multiples.
I know, but I'm just thinking, like that's insane that we've done just that. We've gone over that many items.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Geek Ledger. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Welcome to the crew.
Follow at the 99th homebrew. Appreciate
Come on
that.
now.
And 300 total for the April community stream. Thank you. Well, we hope that you will enjoy that next month. We have our March community stream coming up this Saturday. If you weren't here for that announcement, this Saturday we are doing our community stream. We will be doing another pop culture build. It's a series that we've done before. It's gonna be our second one where we take a submitted pop culture icon from TV, movies, comics, whatever. We have a whole list in our Discord. By the way, link in chat if you want to join our Discord and join the community. But you can submit ideas there, and then we will take one of those pop culture icons and we will transform them into a D&D character. We'll do this in kind of 2 different ways. We usually make a character sheet or a what we like to call not a walkthrough, but
we had a name for it. Hold on, I'll find it in the Discord.
Like a work list of basically we give you the full build of what they would be, and then we give you the progress build. Like as in, if you were going to start at level 1, what would you need to do in order to be this character by the 20th level? Versus, do you want to create it right here,
icon
right now?
version versus the 5e version.
Yeah. So well, those are the 2 different final versions, and then we have the what's the other one where it's
the
like,
roadmap.
The roadmap. There we go. Right. So we make 3 printouts when we're all done with it. First one is the icon appropriate. So this one is as the icon is depicted, 100% ignoring anything else that would have come with the D&D build. So for instance, our first one was Shazam. And in order to get all of the aspects of Shazam, we gave them a special race that allowed them to not eat and breathe, but it also technically made them a vampire. So the icon build does not mention anything about being a vampire.
Yes.
It just mentions
It just means that
they were
don't have to eat or breathe.
right. We needed it to be a Dampier, so we made the race a Dampier. But technically, it comes with being able to drink blood and be a vampire. So in an icon build, we don't mention the vampire part because it's just what the icon is represented in D&D. Then the D&D build is everything. If we had to add it in order to make the build, we add all of the details, and then we make a roadmap. Basically, if you don't want to build it from scratch and build it, all at once, if you wanted to play into it and say, I'm starting to level 1, I want to become this character, but I can't build it outright. The roadmap basically tells you by this level, you need this. By this level, you need this. And then when you're all said and done, you can be that. So that's what Pop Culture Builds is. And that's what we're going to be doing on this Saturday. It's a lot of fun. Last time we did Shazam, and we have not announced what we will be doing this Saturday. I will be announcing that in Discord here in a couple days. So if you're part of the Discord, look forward to that. Other than that, we stream every Monday and Friday. This Friday, we are going to be doing a brand new series called the Subclass Showdown. So this Friday, we have 2 of our community members who have set a self-imposed challenge. Soul Collective Guild and Hecate 95 have set themselves a challenge to create 2 different subclasses from the same source, theme, or idea. So they each created their own subclass based on the same idea. One did it in 5e14, the other did it in 5e24. So on Friday, what we're going to do is we're going to see these for the very first time, and we're going to run them through a few different tests. So we're going to read them out. We're going to challenge them to see which one would overcome certain challenges better. We'll set some ratings, and then at the end, we'll see which one gets rated the highest. So we're really excited. This one's been a couple months in the making, and I'm really hoping that we can pull it off quite well.
Definitely.
Usually on Fridays, we'll do things like that. We'll do specialty series. We'll do history ofs where we do deep dives into stuff on different various topics on D&D and how it's evolved through all of the editions. But Monday is always homebrew review. So if you are interested, if you do make any of your own homebrew review and you liked what you saw here today, you can join the Discord and submit your own homebrew review in the submissions channel, where we will slot that in for a Monday review. And we just break it down, give you our first knee-jerk reactions, kind of talk about what we may have done with it, try to give a player and DM perspective, and then I end it with a high point rating of compatibility on whether or not I'd be able to use it in my setting of high point. So yeah, if that sounds fun, hope you stick around. Thank you again for the follow. We are at 29,313 points with 9 days left. And the goal is 30,000. We are less than 700 points away from them earning the community stream.
I don't know if we're going to make it.
I don't know. 9 whole days, 3 streams. I don't know.
Goodness gracious.
It's funny. Like, I feel like this one finally took them long enough to earn it. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know if this is too expensive because, well, it's not too expensive if we had more followers, but it might be too expensive for like the 3 people who are buying this.
I think this is a good spot.
Is 30K about the right? Because it was kind of bad when they were getting it like day one, like the first stream of the month.
We got 2 other streams this month, and the minimum, what's the most you can?
2,000. Oh yeah, and Soul has 7K, so they're gonna get it like next stream anyway.
For sure.
So, all right. Well, anyway, that was us for today. I hope you all had a lot of fun. That was a really fun review.
It was.
I'm really excited about that. For more updates as well, a quick little update for everybody. I have gotten back into a editing schedule. So the main YouTube channel is now getting edited content from the live stream. So we still have the VODs channel. If you want to see any of our old live streams, you can all catch our stuff there. I'll actually post a link to our link tree so you can get all of our links. But when it comes down to what was I going to say?
Watching our edited content on our main channel.
Yeah. I am trying to get the YouTube channel, the main channel, up to a video a week. So I'm working on my editing in order to publish every Wednesday. So 2 weeks ago, I got out on Wednesday. Last week, I got out on Tuesday. So this week, feel like just Wednesday is a better day. Even if I get the video done on Tuesday, I'm going to be focusing on posting on Wednesdays. So first week was Diamond Dog review. Last week, I did the subletting subclasses episode from the Rune Knight to Warlock.
Oh, that one's going to be cool.
So that one's live. And then I am... No. The first one was Diamond Dogs. then last week's episode, I did the history of enchanting. I
That's
edited that
right. I
one.
do remember you talking about that one.
This week's episode will be the Rune Knight to Warlock subletting subclass. That
Got
will
you.
be the episode I'm posting this Wednesday.
Okay.
So
Slay.
check out the link tree, check out our main channel and our VOD channel if you want to check out that. I also have some of the shorts on the YouTube channel as well. So keep in mind that that's where we're going to be going. And I'm just going to be trying to pump out more content there. So yeah, if you do end up seeing that, like and subscribe would really help us out. And also just give me information, suggestions, tips, tricks. I'm very new to editing. I'm pretty bad at it. So I will take any advice I can because I don't know what I'm doing, but I just know that content's important.
Hey, we making it work, man.
Yeah, so I just got to
We
get it
getting
out there.
We're moving.
Geek says sounds really cool. Well, I'm glad. Actually making their first Pathfinder character since they and their group are kind of had it this last D&D session as we finished up our final campaign together. Wow, that's how long were you guys gaming together? Because that's always one of those hard things when the campaign is like over. Like, you know, if it's like a couple of sessions or a one shot, but when you like do a long campaign and everyone just kind of look like, you know, you get the night, everyone's like, wow, that was so cool. And then you have that moment where you look around the table and be like, was that it? Are we never doing this again? Like those characters, we're done, huh? Like there's just like so much tied up in those like those social bonds with the characters. It's kind of harsh sometimes when you're just like, that's it, we're done.
It feels like there's a conclusion. Like, you know, when you're watching like an anime and like it comes to like what you feel like is arousing, like it just gives you this sense of satisfaction.
Yeah.
But there's some that never do, and it just
when you feel like it needs to feel like it ends properly, like you're like, no, we're done. I can walk away. My character
feel peaceful
did the
about
thing.
it. Yes.
It's when there's business left undone and you can't explain why they would just let it go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, look, I get that happily ever after, but the whole point was them to do A, and your happily ever after is ending on C.
What about A?
Yeah, what happened? So yeah. But that's 7 years, 4 campaigns, one final giant 9-hour session just last week. Wow.
God bless America.
Wow.
That sounds baller, dude. I'm not even gonna lie.
That sounds like the shit I used to do. Like that. That sounds like where I came from. When I talk about like the old days in the old empire.
One of these days, I wanna like lightweight live that life with a group of players. Just like grind, like just like for a summer. Like imagine like for a summer, just like, hey, we're gonna run D&D like every week, or we're gonna run.
I mean, we did that with Old Gods. I mean,
we did.
We ran that for 2 years almost, like straight. Like every week, every other week. God, I can't believe we gamed that consistently. We were on it.
That was new for me. That was phenomenal. I was living that life. Definitely living that life.
Are we still thinking about doing offline homebrew review for YouTube? I don't know. We're kicking the idea around as things progress, because things are going to be changing for me here in the next couple months, which is going to be putting a strain on any growth that we want to do, especially during the week. So yes, we are entertaining the idea of, in order to get through inventory or more ideas and more series, we may play around with offline content, because that way we can work on not necessarily scripting, but better staying on task, not so many tangents, not so many distractions, and we might be able to do more structured content. I don't know if it will take the form of reviews, or if it'll be more of like our creative process where we can kind of just focus on, instead of talking to chat, we can just focus on what we're doing and then just say the important stuff, instead of trying to fill in the gap of silence. And that's why I don't know if homebrew review would make the most sense.
Sure.
Because a lot of our process is the back and forth. And I feel like without the audience and without not just the chat, but without an audience to talk to, I feel like it wouldn't be as engaging.
Yeah.
Because it would just be us hashing out BS instead of actually like doing what we do. So yes, we are considering it. I don't know if it'll be homebrew review, but eventually by the end of this year, we'll probably be doing some sort of offline content that will only be for YouTube.
Yeah.
How that looks, I don't know.
Okay.
Last session was incredible. it was an Avengers Endgame level final battle against an overarching BBEG of all 4 campaigns. Those are the best. When you have just that like the consistent driver, that one BBEG that just has their hands in everything. Yeah. Marty's campaign 2 times a week for 8 months. That's a pretty hefty campaign.
Goodness.
It ended with our group defeating Vecna and banishing him to the far realm. For now.
Always.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that we need the opinion and critiques from chat. I mean, to be fair, we don't get very many from chat most often. Like most reviews, we don't get much from chat.
I feel like it's more of the energy in which you approach a situation when you're doing it 2/4 people versus when you're just in a studio by yourself, like figuring out how you want to put something together.
The way I look at it and the way that the reason why I haven't decided what it's going to be yet, and it's similar to what Kage and I were talking off stream about. In terms of, I was talking to him about how I'm going around the selection process of what episodes to edit, and because not every episode we do, not just the series, but just in general individual episodes. Not everything series or episode wise is editable, is able to be transitioned into a live or from a live stream to an actual YouTube episode. And the thing that it comes down to, when you're making a video for YouTube, you want to essentially tell a story one way or the other. So that's really important. You want to have consistency. You want to be able to make sense of it. And a lot of the times in live streams, we can not just go off tangent, but by the end of it, not really finish lines of thought. So sometimes there's whole sections that just don't really make sense if you were to, to try and make sense of it in a linear fashion, in a shortened way. But the way that I put it, one of the ways that I look at it, especially when deciding if we're going to do something online or offline, is some things we do are here for content. Like in terms of, there are some things that we do that we want to do to build content, to build awareness, to build, an educational platform, like the history ofs and the deep dives and some of our creative process, like image to item. Some of those things are about the creative process and about the end result. But there are other things that are more about the entertainment than they are about what we're going to create at the end, like homebrew review. I don't see it so much as we need the audience's like feedback, because we actually don't get very much of that. But there is a much different, what Kage was kind of alluding to, is there's a much different energy and approach when I'm trying to create something that I want people to like and use versus I'm here to create an experience that you want to be part of, right? Homebrew review is us chatting with the author and letting them know. Like I take the role of, here's an audience, but I'm more or less talking to the author and Kage, not the greater audience, right?
For sure.
And that's more for entertainment. It's more for the experience of the submitter to listen and have a conversation and have a back and forth with us. And while it's nice to have chat, that again is much more, I look at that as that's entertaining content. I'm trying to be an entertainer when I'm doing that, like playing video games, right? Trying to fill in the gaps of silence. I'm trying to be constantly talking, be constantly engaging, be constantly entertaining. But sometimes when we're doing things like sublet and subclasses, when you watch that live stream, it's kind of painful. There's just swaths of time where we're just not talking. I'm writing stuff down. We're researching, we're mumbling, we're having a conversation between each other, but not really having a conversation, right?
Sure.
Or we're just talking out loud. That's hard. Like I'm doing that episode right now. There's a lot of shit I cut out just because there's nothing going on, right? That kind of episode would be better. Not necessarily saying I would never do it live, but those episodes are a lot easier to structure for an offline video, because like with the build, we could be like, okay, right now for the recording, let's just read what this thing does. And then we're going to read, like we can decide what is going to be for the recording versus what's the background. Whereas when you're live, there is no background.
Sure.
It's all has to be kind of that engaging. So yeah, that's where I'm at. That's kind of the point that I'm at right now, is while I'm editing and while I'm digesting our own content and understanding when we do editable episodes for YouTube and when we're just kind of on fire for a live episode, I'm trying to take into account what series are those leaning towards, right? Because some series will be just better suited for us to structure, and others that realistically aren't going to be as good and if we're not just being dynamic about it, right? Some of the, I mean, we've talked about this a lot too. Some of the stuff that we do, we've had people in chat not necessarily complain, but make fun of our tangents. And it's funny because what people don't realize is from day one, we decided that that is like the cornerstone of this entire stream.
That's what we're about.
Like D&D discussions, like we wouldn't have D&D discussions if it wasn't for the tangents. If Kage and I couldn't or didn't tangent, I don't think we ever would have had D&D discussions in the first place. Because if you go back to the first couple months, that's all they were. We're just us just talking and just tangenting and just going off of one idea to the next. And because originally that's what we just wanted to be, just talking heads online. Like we just wanted to be more like our talk radio where it was an interactive experience. And then we got into the education and the creation of our own, and then discussing, making the ADMG and making our own content. So it's that process. But I know myself, and I don't want to. You guys have seen this over the last couple months. I can't do history obs every week. It burns me out. I can't do these super structured, super research topics every single week. I kind of have to just have these days where we just show up with no plan. And that works for us, right? And that's that process that I want to pull out. And those are the types of things where I have to balance, because if it's super, super dynamic, we need to know we're in front of a live audience, right? In an open dynamic situation, feeling that we have to fill the gaps with, instead of with silence, we have to fill those silence gaps. We have to be entertaining. It's easier when we're just rolling off the top of our heads and not worrying about hitting the marks, hitting the definitions, or making sure we read every bullet point and getting the information across. Whereas if we're not on camera, that's fine. Like, I know that I can just not sit here and talk for 5 minutes and it doesn't matter. I'll just cut that out of the video.
Sure.
But I don't want to sit here and not talk for 5 minutes on live stream. That costs viewers, that costs engagement, that costs you time of waiting for us to say a word. Whereas on YouTube, it needs to just be from topic to topic
moment
to topic.
Moment. Yep.
But it needs to be structured. You need to be able to follow through. And we're sometimes we're just not on it. Sometimes it takes me forever.
I feel like we also haven't worked towards making that a priority yet in our pregame, in our preamble, in like what we are planning and preparing to do. And I feel like over time, since we first started, like we've evolved, we've like set certain things up, we've made certain things a part of our process that weren't originally. And I think this is like kind of like a new next step in that is like looking at, all right, what kind of content do we have out already? What kind of content do we want to continue to make sure is applicable for YouTube videos? What kind of content are we less worried about being applicable for YouTube videos? What kind of content do we want to make sure we have a place for here? And trying to make sure that as we go through, we're not going to lose any of our dynamicism, but we're going to make sure we include the ability for us to structure what is put out for each video that may or may not be made at the end of the day. So
yeah, I mean it's a process. It's all a process.
100%.
We're learning. I mean, we're only 2 years. We're not even officially 2 years in yet. So
is it the end of this month? Or is it May? It was one of the end months.
It's Cinco de Mayo, so 5th of May.
Oh,
yeah.
May.
I always know I just
Cinco de Mayo.
happened to be random. The one random day I went live. So it's a process. We're working on it. We don't know. My schedule changing is kind of throwing a monkey wrench into everything we planned for this year. So yeah, after this summer, we'll have a much better idea of what's actually doable, because I had way more plans that are getting derailed this year. So
yeah,
bear with us. We're trying though. But again, we do have a suggestions channel, not just a topics channel, but an actual suggestions channel in the Discord. The topics channel is if you guys want to hear us talk about something, but the suggestions is anything, how you would like to see any updates. Is it too bright? Are the cameras not in focus? Are the microphones, are choppy sometimes? anything that you would suggest, a different scene, a different transition, just what, the suggestions are just how we can be better in the Discord, in stream, in our videos. If you see a weird edit, pop that into suggestions or just make a comment on YouTube and just say, hey, here's something I noticed. Like anything to help me out this point. Because again, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. I've only been doing this for 2 years.
We figured it out, man.
And all I know is that I can talk about D&D every week. That's all I've really learned about this is I can talk about D&D every week. That's where we're at. So we'll keep pushing it. And we appreciate each and every one of you. Like
100%.
Y'all are the reason why we're here. Believe me. If it wasn't for you showing up every week, every day, yeah, this probably would have ended a long time ago. So we only want to make it better for you and for us, but we also want to stay true to what we are. We don't just want to make content just to make content. We want to make the content we'd like to see, but also we're good at making.
Yeah. Totally feel that.
All right, well, let me finish up with chat and then we will end it because we're almost at the 4-hour mark. So some extra details from Geek. A final note from their DM with after defeating Vecna and banishing them to the far realm. This essentially reset their world, like their setting. So that's kind of interesting. I guess it went from Victorian era, but now it's been reset back to medieval. So actual full-on reset. There has been a little bit of like IRL reasoning. A couple people are moving to new groups, but there will be two, there are 3 of the group that will be staying with this new reset and getting 2 new players.
Okay.
So that's going to be a continuation again. So you had multiple campaigns that ended on fighting Vecna. The world gets reset, but the campaign continues.
Are they talking about players or characters?
They didn't say, but that sounds very much like how I run High Point. It's like the adventure never stops if you don't. You know what I mean? There's always a next day in High Point.
Also, the banishing of Vecna very much makes me feel like they were doing some like one above all stuff where they banished him like not only from right now, but from the past as well. So a lot of things that had happened no longer happened or whatever the case may be. So some crazy Back to the Future type shit.
Yeah. Well, and then, when you have IRL stuff happening, I mean, you've been gaming for multiple years, people move, graduation, so much can change that sometimes as nice it is to keep hold of those campaigns, it's good to, like, again, I spent, the vast majority of the first half of my gaming career with, my main DM and in that one setting. But I mean, as much as I benefited from it, look how much more I got after I gamed other people.
I love IRL events affecting in-game world. Like at one point in time, all my DM stuff got stolen out of my car.
Yep.
That genuinely, that is a world event that happened in world. Like that kind of stuff is like there was literally information that was lost forever in that event.
Yeah.
And therefore the same is true in game. There are places that no one knows how to get to, that players of mine have gamed in, that no one knows how to get to. No one knows where to go, does that place still exist? Yes, very much so. But like, how are you going to get there? How are you going to accomplish that? Nobody knows.
That's 100% how High Point works. I mean, I've taken my Vortex's real life D&D experience and have used pretty much all of it directly to help create High Point. Like, I mean, down to my very first character being the god.
Yep.
And having a whole path of how that happened. But again, even discussing like my progress in real life as a DM and how that is represented in the history of High Point, like the Great Wars, me being a DM and letting my players do too much and then realizing I need to actually play more by the rules. So I have a Great War to change how my world now reacts to new rules and new people in charge. Like I love doing that, where making it representative, but I also understand like what Geek's saying. I mean, after 7 years, yeah, you can get a little bit bored playing in the same TTRPG. It is fantastic to branch out, see new players, new DMs. Like all of that is definitely worth it, right? There are pros and cons. Like, do I miss the old Empire? Sure. Like,
sure.
I miss my weekend long gaming sessions. I miss being there every weekend. I mean, yeah, remember this was a This was a multiple times a week, every week thing. Like, you know, it'd be over the phone. It'd be damn near every week, and I'd be over at my DM's house. We worked together because we were in the military together. So there'd be sidebar times.
If I got into D&D when I was in the military, God bless America.
Yeah.
My time would have been so much different.
Yeah.
So much different.
So yeah,
But I
are there
guess it's a good
other
thing.
things that I miss? Sure. Would I go back to that dedicated gameplay? Absolutely not. You know what I mean? There are things I miss about it, but
Sure.
I'm glad that I branched out myself. I'm glad that I got to do my own thing, and I'm just glad that I chose the DM path that I did because I'm happier with it. I you know, again, I always laugh that people are like, you know, the meme joke about being the forever DM, and I'm like, ever since I got a taste of it, I never wanted to be anything else. Like, I do miss being a player, but I miss playing a player in a gaming session, not in a campaign, if that makes sense.
See, for me, it's like I like D&D. And because I like it, it's almost indifference the wrong word, but I am willing to participate as a player or as a DM. Like when I was first starting to DM, I was forced into is the wrong word. I was very aggressively asked, you know, hey God, will you please? Like, I don't know anything about
Your kids begged you.
I just barely started playing myself. How am I supposed to?
I mean, you started DMing like what, within like 3 months of me introducing you to High Point?
I feel like maybe it was 6 months, but
I mean, it was fucking quick.
it was way too soon. It was way too soon. And all my gaming experience was in second edition, zero of which was
I know,
in fifth
right?
edition.
Like,
So I'm like,
and my second edition to boot. So
I'm like,
yeah, it was.
I don't
it
know
was,
what the fudge is going on. I just know. Here's the deal. I watched a lot of media growing up, and that's where I get most of my information from. Is like how stories run, how people react to things, like,
Exactly.
and I get that from, which is why my world
This
is
is-
called
and-
the Cineverse.
And that's
right?
why I don't bother with traditional storytelling techniques. I go based on what I've seen real people react to.
Yeah.
I
It's
like I understand that if you want to be a literary storyteller, there are processes and rules and things you have to do.
I know people
Honestly,
better than I know stories.
Exactly. I'm sure that I do hit a lot of those marks, which is why my stories are so good, but I don't intentionally do that. I know what gets to people. I know what makes people react, and that's what I want. I want people to react to the story, not to have a checkbox, you know. Question from Soul or suggestion is we should do a stream about offshoot adventures like the Star Wars 5e. So we've talked about this before. One of the things I'd like to do once the tavern's fully complete is I do want to start doing like one-offs or one shots in other games. Like I want to definitely do like a one shot in Call of Cthulhu. I want to run that myself. I know Lucifer just got a Monty Python. Like they had done a Kickstarter for a Monty
very
Python
cool,
based
very cool.
TTRPG, and they want to do a setup. So again, something like that, I wouldn't mind. Depending on who shows up, we
Didn't
could do like a
also talk
record.
about not necessarily running through it like playing, but like reviewing one shots, like Curse of Strahd or
We talked
whatever.
about that too.
Yeah.
So we've talked about like actually testing out or at least running through a one shot of certain different TTRPGs. We've had that on the list for over a year. I just want to get the tavern done. But the other thing that Kage was bringing up is this a new idea that I wanted to go over is like we've seen other content creators. They'll like run a quick one shot of certain modules like Curse of Strahd, right? There's a lot of content creators out there who will run a Curse of Strahd quick little thing with their players to kind of show off what their players would do against it. And that's all nice and good. But what I don't ever see anyone do, and I think what would be perfect for the way that we go about things, is instead of running it, what I wouldn't mind doing is taking some of the more of the classic ones and breaking them down, running through it like we do a homebrew review, reading it as if we are going to give it a critique based on what do I think of as a DM? How would I react as a player? And maybe doing more of behind the scenes. I mean, you've probably all seen a Curse of Strahd gameplay, but how many of you know what's actually involved? How many of you know how many puzzles the party could have? You've maybe seen a roll table from Curse of Strahd, but how many of you know what's the rest of the options on that roll table? How many of you know how many ways there are to solve it? You know, so that's the thing I would love to do is take something classic and actually just show it to you from the DM point of view, behind the DM screen kind of, style of, this is what the campaign looks like behind the scenes, not just how it's ran. Because sometimes, again, when it's ran over the course of 5, 6, 7 hours, you kind of lose some of the details. You forget what was said, you forget the story, you maybe forgot like how one thing connected to the next. But walking through, here's the challenges, here's how you're supposed to do it, here's what the DM's intending to do with you here. You know what I mean? Like, that would be, I think, a lot more fun. Almost kind of like a how-to
Yeah.
on running it. So yeah. So to answer your question, or Soul, we have thought about running some one shots, but I think certain ones like the actual modules, I think we might just go gloss over. But for other TTRPGs, I want to try Call of Cthulhu first because it's the one that I have the most interest in, and I want to adopt some things from it into High Point. So that's going to be our first test run. It really depends on how much effort's it going to take for one of us to learn the rules well enough to run a quick one shot. And also, can we balance that with explaining how it all works in a thing? Or are we going to do 2 different episodes, right? One where we explain it and then another one where we run it. I don't know. The only thing I have really to go off of is having watched No Rolls Barred do Call of Cthulhu. And ever since I watched that, that's like,
You're like, yo.
their video of Call of Cthulhu, because they actually like do playthroughs where they like really get into it. And I just watched that. And I'm like, they ran it so well and it sounded so interesting until I realized how, like, started thinking, how long did it take them to like get that good before they can go on camera and run it? Like, how much time did they take reading the rules, memorizing the rules, making their notes? You know what I mean? Like, it's, I've been doing this for over 10 years with D&D and High Point. I got this shit on lock. I still have to look up an occasional rule, but I got it on lock. A whole other system would be so messy to sit there and like, it really is going to depend on how easy it is to, because how easy it is to.
I think about that, and I think about just what I was talking about a second ago, my transition from 2nd edition to 5th edition, because it feels genuinely like a completely different world. Now, granted, I did not have nearly as much involvement in 2nd edition. I was only a player, and it was only for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And so, like, I wasn't that deep into it, so I still had a lot of openness in my mind about what was to come, and I kind of just letting things be what they are in the new system. So it wasn't that bad for me, but I'm curious about that, like how challenging it'll actually be, or if it'll be any easier now that you have like a mental concept of TTRPG process.
For me, it's going to be very difficult because I already have like an innate bias against certain types of games. Like, I have absolutely no interest in Warhammer, but that's because A, it's not my kind of game. It's like, I don't care about 5 hours of setup for a 30-minute game. And 2, I have D&D. Like, it's hard for me. Again, I love being a player in a gaming session. I'm not really thrilled about being a gamer in a campaign because I have so much invested in High Point and I have so much to work on, so much to do. Putting that kind of investment and mental effort into something that's not High Point is already a bias for me.
Sure.
So when I'm already interested in Call of Cthulhu because having watched it, I already know there are things I want to steal from it. So I want to read it anyway to learn. But it's going to be very hard for me, I know for me, just to research and try to want to take up space up here. To force myself to remember another game's mechanics is threatening the memory space of High Point.
Sure.
So for me, it's not so much how easy it will be to do, it's how much am I gonna just not care enough and be like, I don't want to remember that. You know what I mean? Because like, not that if I remember that I'm gonna forget High Point, but the more mechanics I have, the less.
You only have so much bandwidth, and it's like how far are you gonna try and stretch your bandwidth of this type of space that's available to you with this new thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember, it's only segregated to that new game. Like Call of Cthulhu, I plan on merging, so I don't mind having a little bit of overlap. But, again, if I go play, Star Wars 5e, or if we do a whole breakdown, unless I'm just reading from it, I don't know if I want to try and I think research it for weeks to just realize I'm never going to care about remembering it. So I'm going to drop the information as soon as I can.
Sure.
That's where I'm a little bit worried. So yeah, I want to look into them.
And like,
but I don't know how
you said, you got Lucifer who wants to do one of these. I don't mind running around with, because I'm telling you, it's already 5e. I will steal a bunch of stuff from Star Wars. I already have the Cineverse with Jedi and stuff, so I need this anyways.
That's why it's like, if I can do Call of Cthulhu and it works, and then like we can have some other people like kind of be the front runner of that kind of knowledge.
Sure.
Then yeah, I wouldn't mind doing like a small series to check out other, because again, Misfit, I mean, that's the other thing too. Y'all got to realize like Misfit Gamer Studios was always designed to be more than D&D. Like, understand, D&D discussions is our bread and butter, will always be our bread and butter. It is always going to be
where we started.
It's always going to be the thing that we have scheduled. Like Monday, Friday schedule, even if the schedule changes, D&D discussions will always be the schedule. But the reason why it's Misfit Gamer Studios and not,
Misfit D&D Studios.
Yeah. I always wanted to be able to expand. Why I like to play games on the weekends. Why, I want the tavern to expand and do, I want the tavern and the game room finished so I can do, like, I want to play like board games. I want to actually buy brand new board games and do, like playthroughs of those board games on stream. It's just when it comes to TTRPGs, again, it's that fight for how much space in my head how many of those do I want fighting for space when I'm very, very happy with D&D because there isn't anything I can't do. Like, there's nothing I can't do in D&D. I'm not locked into a certain type of era or certain type of fantasy in High Point. You know what I mean? So if I want, like, the reason why I want to do Cthulhu is because I love the idea of adding in like small gaming sessions that are horror based. I've ran them in the past, and D&D doesn't have a lot of built-in mechanics for it, so I have to homebrew them in the spot. If I can just dip into Call of Cthulhu and then just siphon over some of those core mechanics, I can be more consistent and do that more often in High Point. If I want, I got Spelljammer, so I can have spacefaring, I can have space marines in High Point if I want. I have planets in High Point. I have space travel. I have multiple dimensions. Like, I have time travel. There's not really a genre that doesn't work. You want to, like, again, so, I get the idea of like wanting to just like, oh, I want to do this for a quick moment, but I'm like, but you can do that with any of your characters in D&D. Like, you want to go do a murder mystery. Any character can come across a murder mystery and be the investigator that day, right? Like, those are the kind of things that I try to pull from other TTRPGs is instead of saying, let's just play it, I go, well, what's it about? So I can just add that as a story element into my game instead of having to add all of those, aspects. Because when you get down to it, right, most of those games are storytelling games with mechanics that help you randomize it, right?
Yeah.
To me, the how you randomize it isn't as important as the story you're telling. Whether you're rolling a D6 because it's Call of Cthulhu or a D20 because it's D&D, does it really matter? The whole point's the story you're telling, not what made the randomness. And that's why I don't mind just adding more and more to my D&D realm, because I can keep the dice and I can keep all the same, triggers, but I can just keep adding in different effects.
Sure.
And I think that's like why it's going to be difficult and a challenge, but I want to do it anyway. I really want to expand.
I think it'll be good.
Yeah,
I do.
All right. So what time is it? Okay. Well, that's past the 4-hour mark. I think that's pretty good. No other questions in chat. So I think that's pretty good for right now. I think we'll end it here. It is pretty late. Again, thank you, Soul, for the submission. What are we reviewing next Monday?
Next Monday is a item from Pokeniner.
It'll be item 100.
Item is probably inaccurate. It's a subclass. The question is, it is a warlock subclass. It is called the Crooked. The Crooked.
The Crooked. Okay, like crooked, but crooked.
I believe so.
Unless it's crooked.
I believe so.
And maybe another typo. Maybe another typo.
I will say it lightweight gives me Nightmare Before Christmas vibes.
Ooh, okay.
That's all I can really say about it.
That's all we dare say. So we have that for next week. And then do we know, for Pokeniner's sake, do you know what the next item we'll review from them is. From Pokéender. Do you know what Pokéender's next? Or sorry, Souls. Do you know what Souls next?
Soul. Yes. Soul actually made a specific request to have their most recent submission be reviewed next.
Oh.
So their most recent submission is a race, I believe it is.
Okay.
Let me confirm. Where are you? Did I close that? Of course I did. I had my computer. I'm sorry. I'm done complaining about that. There it is. It is a race called Sentience.
All right. Well, that
Yes.
tells me absolutely nothing.
I know. There's more to the title, but I'm not gonna say it because I love because it's sentience plural.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm super excited for it.
So those are the things that we can look forward to. So we have something from Pokémon next Monday, and then eventually Soul. We will be doing whatever that is. That sounds fun. And then again, this Friday we'll be back with a. I don't know if it's going to be our first, last, and only, but it is going to be a brand new series called Subclass Showdown, where two of our community members, Soul Collective Guild and Hecate, have built their own subclasses off the same theme, and we are going to compare, contrast, test, and judge which is the better of the subclasses.
I like it.
So if you're interested in that, join us here on Friday. If you do see me online, I may be doing some games during the week. So I do that just for some kind of behind the scenes casual streaming. So if you do see me online, stop by, say hi. It's always I always appreciate it. And then if you are on Twitch on Tuesdays, you might see Kage going live with some behind the scenes stuff for Misfit Gamer Studios, as well as some coding that he's teaching himself. So if you see him online, also go check him out. I will shout him out real quick in the chat, so y'all can go join him. All right, but I think that's going to be it for today. So again, thank you all so much for showing up. Soul, again, thank you very much for the review. We are also excited for your next review. Races are becoming big. First it was subclasses, now races are the next big one. All right, so yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you all had a fantastic weekend, and I hope you have a great week ahead of you. We will be back on Friday with more regularly scheduled D&D content. Otherwise, I hope you all get some good rest and have a great rest of your night. And if ChillHop is here, have a great morning.
Indeed.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
Deuces, my